Hello, and welcome to Twisted Veil, a Through the Breach Malifaux campaign presented by Ink and Lyre. Before we get started, as always, we have some announcements to get through. First of all, we are having a charity live stream announcement. Lauren will be DMing a holiday one-shot charity live stream. This is Ink and Lyre's first charity ever. It'll be on December 18th at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. It's going to be a fun, comedic holiday one-shot. They have Ink and Lyre has selected the Center for Suicide Awareness for this charity live stream. So we hope everyone will join us and help us in supporting them. We also, of course, want to give a shout out to Ounce's Music. He's the musical artist who's responsible for most of our soundtrack. If you like his stuff or really want to hear how awesome the show is, check him out on Bandcamp, Twitter, Instagram, or SoundCloud. Again, that's Ounce's Music, one word. We have some partners to announce. Partners, plural now, because we have a new partner. First, of course, we have our old good partner, Nine Realms Gaming. They create those good houses, those finest woods used in the realm for these beautiful dice houses to keep your dices safe, warm, and cozy during the holiday season. And if you don't have dice, I got good news. We are now partnered with Wander Lily Dice. Wander Lily Dice creates handmade artisan dice. Their dice are sharp edged, sanded, polished, and inked by hand. Each dice is perfectly unique and one of a kind. Ooh, it just gives me tingles reading it. So, if you need dice for those dice vaults, you can check them out, Wander Lily Dice. When checking out Nine Realms Gaming, make sure to use the partner code LIAR10 and you'll get 10% off. However, that partner code will not work for Wander Lily Dice because their partner code is Ink and Liar 10, and you'll get 10% off. Celebrate the partnership. We're going to be giving not on this stream. Hey, on other streams, they're going to be giving away those dice. So you might want to check out Fates In or Iron Valor because that's where those awesome giveaways happen. Lastly, we have our new subscriber benefits. Twitch subscribers now gain access to our Discord server where you can talk and listen to me ramble or any of my players if you're feeling lonely in these weird COVID times. So make sure you check out the Discord account. It's synced up to your Twitch account. Lastly, of course, we're going to have our giveaway, a Twisted Veil shirt. We're going to announce that at the break. Make sure you use the exclamation mark loot command to enter the giveaway. You got to be a follower to enter. You know, little love from us to those who follow us. And Fates Ends cast members and any cast members of any shows don't. So I'll find you and I will hurt you. With that said, oh, wait, nope. We also have our viewer discretion. Twisted Veil is intended for mature audiences and engages with the following triggering themes. Consumer discretion is advised. Violence, gore, drug use, various adult themes, adult language, sickness, horror, and phobias, of course, which we'll get into soon. With that said, grab what script you can find, tip your hat to Lady Luck, and let's board the train into tonight's episode of Twisted Veil. Hello and welcome back. So, last time on Twisted Veil, our group of acquaintances got into a little bit of a scrap. They went down to the fighting pits known as the Sledge, where they began to interact with a mercenary group known as the Fear Corps. There, they bet some money. Tobias jumped in, shared in the role of a fighting ring commenter, and Ellie Wylie just rocked some Casbahs. Seeing the suffering of the people and the fact that most of the people here fighting or betting were made up of miners and folks who weren't doing well financially in the city, the party decided to give back the money. Um, the members of Fear Crop, not really knowing that this had happened, tracked them down and were surprised at the party's generosity and offered to help them find a place to rest their head for the night. So we kind of pick up the story back there. You're in an alley with the Frycore. You see the person with like the big gas mask and the goggles, and you're asking, is there a place to stay around here? While you'd considered going back to, what was it called, the house? I forgot the name.
House
Downtown
de LeBlanc.
lodgings.
Yeah.
The downtown lodging.
Chateau LeBlanc.
The House of LeBlanc. Thank you. The member of the Freikorps says, well, if that is a faraway place, I may know a place in the slums where you could stay.
This is a house under your jurisdiction. You can assure us of its safety.
I think you will be safe there and quite welcomed.
And you won't attack us while we're there?
I have no reason to attack you. You have shown yourselves to be honorable and generous.
Yes.
Take us there. We'll take a look. We'll make a decision whether or not we want to stay.
The mysterious figure nods approvingly and begins to lead you down a series of different alleyways, across different streets, until eventually you come to one of the mini buildings in this area of the town where it looks dilapidated. It sort of seems to be like a 5-story apartment complex. Some of the windows are boarded up, some of them are shattered, some of them have lights on, so it's hard to really see what's inhabited and what's not. They open the door and gesture for you to go inside.
Are there people inside already, or is it just seems abandoned and empty?
Judging by the fact that some of the windows have like candlelight and whatnot, it seems to be inhabited. At this point in the day, with how long you guys traveled and the amount of time you spent at the fighting pits, it's getting into the evening, so you can see flickers of movement and shadows up in like certain windows and whatnot. You might catch the odd person there or here.
Ellie, I stride in and clearly am kind of trying to just notice and look for potential other doors, entryways, windows, places that could be either places for people to ambush us or that we could escape from, if need be.
Being in an apartment complex, there's tons of doors. Like once you go in, you see like the long hallway and the stairs going up. A lot of the doors have numbers or kind of the shadow of a number that like used to be there, but the little brass piece fell off. There's sort of leaves and dirt that's blown in here from some of the busted in windows, but occasionally you can hear movement going on behind the doors.
If the group is moving in, I'll take up the rear.
All right, you take up the rear and you guys make your way. The Freikorps member leads you up a few flights of stairs into an open area that sort of almost seems like a lobby. Here the hallway opens up into like a big square room. There's doors. There's certain areas where just a hole has been knocked out and someone sort of like hung up a curtain, and every now and then you'll see like a raggedy old person in suspenders and like a flat cap sort of cough into themselves, moving, and they, you know, look at you and keep going on. In the center of this big room, there is a literal fire burning in this building, uh, made up of broken furniture, old chairs that have sort of been snapped, and there's like a big black pot hanging over it. There are dozens and dozens of people here, easily discernible as the same sort of folks that you saw at the fighting pit. Uh, some of the faces you even recognize from the fighting pit. And as you're sort of like sitting around and the Frycorps member gestures for you to come in, you can see that one by one, people are kind of coming up to the pot, and they'll throw in like a turnip or like some cut up potatoes or like some salt or spices. Like each person is sort of contributing one thing at a time.
How many people are there generally?
There's probably about 30 or so people in this room. It's hard to keep count because they keep like coming in and out. Like they'll go back in, pull the curtain aside and go into one of the open hall areas, or sometimes they'll like go into a door, and like you can see that they're living right outside of this room. When the doors open, you can see like beat up furniture in there, like a moldy mattress with like a kid sort of sitting on it, playing with a toy or something. There's children running around. Like this is obviously a communal moment for these people who just aren't doing quite well.
You said there was some damage to the room, like a hole in the wall, and do these damages look like there's something that happens with age and decay and lack of upkeep, or does it look like there's been violence in this space?
Probably lack of upkeep. Like there's nothing that would suggest that it was new, right? There's not.
Doesn't look like somebody punched a hole into the wall.
No, there's not like blood smears and recently shattered stucco or something, right?
Yeah,
like
fingernails on the floor.
It's just it's been neglected. It's unwanted, and it's just sort of decaying over time. Maybe at some point there's a fight that happened there, but it's long past.
I turned to the Frycorps who was following behind us and just sort of lean in. Are we supposed to stay here, or are you going to move us to another place? What's going on?
There are many rooms available. You should have no trouble finding a place to stay. It's not as luxurious as downtown, but it suffices for these folks.
We do. Who among them lead them? Is there somebody who speaks for all of these folks?
Not that I know of.
Do they pay to be here?
Many of them cannot afford good livable places. The guild occasionally does take what they feel is owed.
The guild knows of this place.
The guild owns everything.
And they haven't cleared it out yet.
No.
Do all these families have a common profession?
Most are laborers, workers. Some work building new buildings in the downtowns. Some work at the factories. But most are just city workers.
It's real homey place you got here. It's nice.
Well, if there's nothing else, I must return to the Frycorps. Enjoy.
How do we know
And-
which rooms are open?
Simply ask.
And,
Nice.
and if we decide to take you up on your suggestion at the manor. How would we find you, or how would we do so?
This sledge normally only operates on weekends. We have to stay close to the Powderberg lest the guild find our operations and try to shut us down. We need a hefty way to retreat. But if you come there, find a member, we should be able to help.
Go to the sledge.
Yes.
Thanks.
I step forward among the people who are putting things into the pot and sort of just make my voice loud enough to be noticed by surrounding, not necessarily shouting or announcing, and just say, is there any place that we all can stay? Any rooms that are available for us to sleep either as a group or maybe as pairs?
Once you kind of make your presence known, and we'll say at this point, by the way, that the Fair Corps member, to keep things simple, bids you adieu and leaves at that point. Once you make your presence known, immediately a guy's like, oh, and he starts pushing his way through, and he says, oh yeah, hey, Miss Ellie, oh wow,
Right.
that was a fight. That was yeah. I know where a spare room is. He's like, hey, come this way. Follow me. And he kind of like opens a door and leads you into a room, and there's like a hole in the wall that leads to like another room, and like along the way you see a little sort of blonde-haired girl, and he's like, wait, Abby, come here, baby, come here, and he says, this nice woman right here, this is Miss Ellie, and she helped me buy your birthday teddy. And this small child, maybe like 5 years or so, has just probably the only piece of linen or thing you've seen so far that is not stained. It's just a brand new, beautiful brown teddy bear with a little red bow tied around its neck. And she just kind of looks up at you and narrows her eyes and stares at you.
Hello. How's it going? How are you?
Hi.
Nice
I'm-
teddy bear you have there.
Thanks. My daddy bought it for me for my 6th birthday.
Oh, you're 6, huh?
Damn straight.
I like this. All right. Hey, can we have a conversation later?
Maybe.
Okay. If you're going to be around, you should come and find me. I'm going to be staying in a room that your dad takes me to. I'd love to get to know what this place is like, what you think about it.
How'd you get the money? I might be 6, but I know money's not easy to come by.
I pummeled somebody. I just knocked them out cold. It was a very quick fight. I really was ruthless about it in terms of I just clocked him a couple of times in the face, knocked him out. It was stellar.
She looks up at her dad. She says, Daddy, you told me fighting was wrong. He's like, it is. I can make money from beating kids up.
There's always a place to fight, all right? And you need to be capable and ready, in my opinion, to be able to defend yourself. However, you might want to start with conversation. If it goes south, your fish should do the talking.
Well, shit, Daddy, I've already been getting in fights. If I can make money, we'll talk about it later, sweetie. We'll talk about it later. Just go play with your bear. And she's like sort of muddling to herself, and you can see she's like, like getting into it a little bit. But they continue to sort of lead you along through a few more rooms, and eventually you guys do get to a series of apartment complexes that have sort of been pushed together just because there's like no wall at all. So it's just like one big open area, and a bunch of mattresses and beds have been put in there. Some on actual, what's what I'm looking for? The thing mattresses go on.
Bed spring.
And some on the floor. Bed springs.
Frame.
Frames, thank you.
Frame.
Some on actual bed frames and some on the floor. But he like kind of shows you, and he's like, hey, whenever you're finished up and you're comfortable and you're settled in, we'd love to have you out there. There's going to be some music that we're going to play. Old Bill, he brought his family violin, and we're going to have some dancing. Good to see you though. Thanks thanks again for what you did. It means a lot to us, to folks
Yeah.
around here.
Thanks. We'll be out. I'm going to talk with my companions here. I promise not to teach your daughter anything that you don't want me to teach her. I just want you to be clear.
Yeah, she's a little spitfire. I'm trying to teach her, not to be violent. The world's violent enough as it is, but yeah, I'll leave you all to your business. I'm sure you got a lot to talk about. You look like, the adventuring, dangerous type. So I'm gonna go. Yeah. All right. Thanks again. And he sort of ducks out and heads back.
What does our room look like?
Shoddy as hell. You can see at this point in time, so like the stucco that's been put over the brick has just chipped away, and there's like the dirty red brick there. A few bricks have fallen out, and there's a draft that's coming in. Everyone give me a notice check.
Sure.
As we're kind of looking around, is there more than one entryway to this room? Is there a door that we can shut and close? Sort of what is, in terms of like even protection for ourselves within this room, what does it look like?
There's definitely a door you can close on the way in. It doesn't look like the sturdiest. And like when you shut it, it doesn't click. Like obviously the handle's busted. So it just kind of sits there and anyone could push it open. And the window is, what's left of the window, there's no glass. There's like the frame. That's it.
I got a 17 of crows. And I would like to ask specifically, you said that there were a number of beds around, right? Like some flat on the floor, some on frames. Are we going to be sleeping with a number of other people around, or is this a more private space?
From what you can gather, he gave you this room. It looks like it's definitely an area that could house more people, but people kind of come and go around here.
Okay.
All right, you got a 17. What everyone else get?
I got a 8 for notice. 8 rams.
An 8. Ellie, Doc?
7 of rams. As I just kind of survey mostly whether or not I can reinforce the doors,
right?
Or just make sure that there's no way for us to be in trouble or can escape, trapped in this room. That's what I'm thinking about.
Right.
I got 12.
You got 12. So Ellie, you're kind of in the middle of assessing the situation, which we'll get to. The rest of you are kind of looking around, and occasionally you catch movement. You'll catch like a little bit of movement under a blanket or like a little skittering. Deanna, you see like 3 or 4 rats that are just like kind of moving in and out of this room, ducking back into the walls. One of them particularly big, like probably the size of a small dog, and not an actual rat, like big honking boy.
Can I try to catch one? It's fine if it's not possible.
No, it's definitely possible. I'm trying to think, what would rat catching be? Probably not survival, something dex based.
Wilderness?
Wilderness is cunning based.
I'll say wilderness works. You could do wilderness, or you could do like something melee based.
Grappling check.
I'll do wilderness. That's fine. All right, I'll be working on that while Ellie is surveying the door, figuring out what she wants to do.
Definitely gonna be easy to defend. To trap you in here, like I said, the door swings wide open, and it comes in towards you, so like no one can really barricade it from the outside. When you look out the window, you see that there's the remains of a fire escape, but it'd be a pretty dangerous hike to come down or up. You'd have to do some Assassin's Creed nonsense because it ain't all there.
Go for it, Teresa.
I got an 8. As soon as we enter the room, like everyone is looking about and whatever, and I see that big fat rat, and I just kind of go for it.
You like make a quick run at it, and it like scampers and gives you a and like quickly just squeezes its fat ass right in between this crack and disappears.
Well, I don't think we're going to be in too much danger here. But anybody else want to go and join them for dinner? I see that we can't eat rat tonight. Sorry, Teresa.
Fine.
Why don't we talk about what we're going to do about the Freight Corps real fast before we go communing with the locals? How do we feel about that? Are we going to go do their errand for them, get some connections?
I'm open to it. It has pay. It's an opportunity. I don't necessarily trust them, but money's money. So
that is true. I don't mind doing it. Getting some connections is always good. You guys need some soul dust, and they seem like the people that can hook you up.
Yeah. Doc, Teresa.
Seems like we need a friend in the city. And I don't know about you lots, but the guild doesn't seem like the friends I want to work with. At least not at this point.
They absolutely are not. Let me tell you that for sure.
Tobias, don't you sort of work for the guild?
I work for the guild, but they're not... I'm not loyal to them, if you know what I mean.
But couldn't... They have eyes all over the place. Couldn't working directly against their interests as close to them as you are. Isn't that, dangerous in some way?
We don't know what we're doing yet. We're just doing some side jobs. I'm just doing some side jobs.
Right.
If it gets too hot, I got ways to get myself out of it.
Your paper's never written about the Freight Corps or anything before? They're unfamiliar to you?
They're a mercenary group. They'll work for the highest bidder. It seems like recently they turned over kind of a new leaf with the charity thing, but I'm interested to see where that goes. Charity's always good.
Am I missing something? Why is everyone so skeptical?
Skeptical of the Freight Corps?
Yes.
I don't know about skeptical, but we're just wondering what we're gonna do.
I think that they seem like very nice people. I think, as far as I can tell, I've never really met them before, but my concern is more how working in any way counter to the guild might not serve your old best interests, But Ellie, we were going to say something.
So far, none of you have drawn a weapon on me. I don't have to worry about you. The Freight Corps have. They've driven us away for a moment. So I'm skeptical. However, they also seem to support Union. Danny was part of one. So I'm not too worried about them. I think I could beat any of them. But it's more of step in carefully, right? Don't trust anybody.
I think as far as I'm concerned, I'm happy to write a story about immigrants doing charity work.
Doctor, why are you so open to them? I don't know how it works on the outside, but are you usually so trusting with new things?
You mean, why am I so open to them?
No, the good doctor was asking why. I mean, you can answer the question as well. He just seemed very confused by our skepticism, and maybe it's just a difference between the inside and the outside,
I understand about being skeptical about things that you don't know, but I mean, the way I see it, though, what I know about Malifaux so far is that you need some connections, and well, the connections that we've met so far in the last 2 days have been the guild or the Freight Corps, and the Freight Corps seems like the much better option compared to the guild. I just was wondering if I was missing something, if there was anything I should be skeptical about.
I still plan to go and visit the Cage of Grace at some point in time. I think to what Teresa was saying and to what you're saying, I think it's a dangerous thing to go and throw our lot with a single side. However, I agree with you, Doc. I'm willing to throw my lot in with the Frey Corps before I would throw my lot in with the Guild and with Colonel Asher. So that's my stance on this. I'll start with them, the Frey Corps.
Well, I think
Sounds like a good plan to me.
it's very good of you all, and I will assist you with whatever path you're on. So, sounds good to me.
Teresa, do you have any connections? Sounds like you've been in Malifaux for a while.
Yeah, mostly the path that I found is that if you're able to rely on yourself, it's a very good thing to be able to do. I think, no, I don't, there's no connections that I have that would be, no, there's nothing there, I think, that would be helpful, so. Mostly, just avoiding the guild and trying to stick it out as much as you can. Do you think it's right for us to take part in the dinner since, we can afford to buy our own food? Should we really be eating what they have?
They're willing to share it, I'd take some. But I think just showing up and showing a bit of support, I want people to know who we are, at least here. That would be good. Connections, right?
We did help out a lot of the workers. Bit of soup is, the least they can offer for paying the rent.
If we're done here, I'm going to go over there now. And I walk out of the room.
All right.
Bye.
You guys, do you follow Ellie?
Yeah, take a walk.
Cool. All
Yep.
right.
Sure.
Everyone makes it back to sort of the courtyard, the interior courtyard area with the smoke. A lot of doors have been left open to try to vent just the burning wood and smoke that's sort of building up in this room. A little musty, but smells good. There's something, whatever they're cooking smells like it's coming along pretty nice. In the corner, you can see that a couple people, someone with like a broken suspender has an old antique looking violin, and they're playing a fast, quick little ditty while there's a guy sitting down on a few wooden milk crate boxes and just beating along on a drum. People are beginning to dance. A little corner has been set up where there's some sort of game going along. And everyone seems to be in pretty decent spirits at this point. A particular fellow comes up to you. I think it was, who overheard the conversation? I think it was Doc. The two people talking. I think it was you, Doc. Yeah,
Which
I'm gonna
two
say it was
people talking?
back in the
What were
last
they
session
talking about?
when they were talking about like the sick mom and the kid and whatnot.
That was me.
That was you?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So you would actually recognize this gentleman. He was the gentleman with the sick mother, or grandmother, I believe. But he sort of comes up and Miss Wylie, I've never seen a right hook like that. Jesus, I personally wanted to thank you guys for doing what you did around here. It sure does help us out.
Not a problem on my end. I pummeled Danny. Is she here, by the way?
I think Danny, she got a late shift tonight. She might be stopping by in a bit, though.
Otherwise, thank my companions here. They're the ones who made the call and gave back the money. So.
Oh yeah, and he kind of takes the time to try to shake each and every one of your hands. Can I get you some soup? Can I get a perception check, or sorry, notice check from Doc?
I guess you can.
I will say, as soon as people started talking to the group, I just disappear into the group of people.
I'm certainly just like shaking hands. I'm going about just introducing myself, reminding people of my name. Yeah, it's Ellie Wylie. Remember from the fight. Just keep that in mind.
Already, people are starting to recognize you. Like, oh yeah.
This is Tobias. That over there is Doc. Where the hell did Teresa go? Teresa's somewhere around here. And then I go over and kind of go hang out by the violinist, and just I'm kind of, this is pretty relaxed for me particularly, and Ellie just sort of settles into this space and is just enjoying herself.
Okay.
13 of crows.
13. When he's talking about offering the soup, you kind of look over and you can see that someone has some sort of like pale brownish, there's a can and it's sludging out like refried beans, where like it even keeps the ribs, and it just ploops right into the soup. And he tosses that can aside.
Do I see what that can is?
Yeah, you can go look at it.
I'll go take a look at it.
You pick it up and you can see that there's sort of there's a picture on the front of it that has like a very clean, hair done up, pretty woman, and she has like a silver tray and it has all sorts of like little cans on it, and it says Cook's Quality Meat.
Do I see this at all, or?
I mean, you notice him looking at a can.
Okay. I'm gonna walk over to Doc and say, "Oh, what you got there? What you got there, boss?"
I'll hand the can over to Tobias, and as I do, just kind of shrug and start walking away from it. Not the worst thing I've eaten.
I'm gonna go over to him real fast and like lean up to his. You don't want to eat this stuff, Doc. You really do not want to eat this stuff. If anything's gonna make you sick here in Malifaux, it's this.
Isn't this what these people live off of?
They don't look too healthy.
As you two are talking, you hear, "Hey, where's a bowl? I want some of that."
Someone quickly, oh yeah, Ellie wants a bowl, right? They go over, they scoop up. It's turned into a nice stew, kind of got that miasma quality, like a good chili. You see some beans, some carrots. It's like a thick brown color. There's some stuff in there that's not recognizable, but they hand you a bowl.
Thick brown miasma.
I take a spoonful and then just compliments to the chefs.
It's very, very salty. There's definitely meat in it, but you can't put what it is. It's like if it's the texture of ground beef that's been cooked, but it just doesn't taste. It has like a weird off taste to it, like almost like a fishy taste.
Yeah, it tastes a little bit like top shelf sirloin. This is good. Nice. Don't think about it too hard.
If there's any way I can avoid having a bowl of this, I'm gonna take that.
I appear behind Tobias with 2 bowls of soup. Tobias. Don't you have an apartment?
Yes. I wanted to make sure you guys get settled in and figure out what our next move is before I leave, but I'll stay for a bowl of delicious soup. And it's the good stuff.
I make eye contact with Tobias as I just drink out of the bowl. Right. Night. And I just kind of fade back into the people with my soup.
You said you wanted the experience of an immigrant. It seems like you need the experience of the people. And I'm gonna walk away and go grab a bowl for myself. Start eating it.
You guys all have a delicious bowl of stew. It's like there's some comments when you're getting there, like, hey, the good thing about the old pot is it's different every time because people bring different ingredients. New flavors every time. As it's going along, music, dancing, games. For the most part, everyone just seems kind of in a really spirited, good mood. They know that they're taken care of for the next bit with like the very generous amount of money you've given them. There's some talk. People keep talking a little bit about like the factory and the guild and everything. But yeah, did you guys want to do anything in particular?
Yeah, I'd like to carouse with sort of the crowd and just sort of chat people up. I'm mainly looking for two pieces of information. One, I'll just kind of ask people offhandedly about Barnett Manor.
Okay.
Just what have they heard about it? What do they know? Okay. And then secondly, I'll every so often just sort of chat people up of getting a sense of like, what's the guild been up to? And what's up with that tree in the center of town? Okay. So that's what I'll be kind of doing as I walk around, and it's a lot of it. I'm going to see kind of how I draw here to see exactly how the tone of this comes across.
I'd like to sort of, I don't know if this would be assisting, but like if there's anything that they don't want to talk to her about, I want to be kind of sat somewhat nearby. So if they leave the conversation or there's something they don't mention to her and she moves on, I want to listen to what they talk about after they talk to her. Just kind of pick up any extra information that way.
Okay. Yeah, we can say that's an assist. You can get a bonus on your flip.
Oh, cool. All right. Yeah. So as I sort of sit down, I'm sitting down with some drinks and with a 14 in carouse, I have pulled out the remainder of a small bottle of whiskey that Doc gave me a while back, and I am pouring the kind of final dredges of the bottle out to people and saying, "Stew was great. Can I get a second bowl? Also, anybody hear about the Barnett Manor? Tell me anything about it?"
They like their eyes go wide as you fill up some glasses, and like they sniff it and they're like, "Oh man, yeah, we'll tell you whatever you want to know." Like they are a chatterbox out there. Like, "Oh yeah, it's been a minute since I had a stiff drink." Knock it back. Ooh. Yeah, the Barnett Manor. Whew. Fire in my belly. Old place, owned by what's her name, Jim? Mary. Yeah, Mary. Mary Barnett. She's one of those well-off ones. I think she sells bed sheets or something. The old manor, something's wrong with it. It's been abandoned for a while, but at night there's figures in the windows. Lights come on. Something going on there. Not entirely sure why she abandoned it, but it's a nice house. Real nice.
Anything still left in it, or has it been picked clean?
I had a guy a while back. I knew someone who I think tried to break in. I didn't ever see him again. I don't know if the guild got him or the house ate him. Around here, you can never be too sure.
Maybe you found something that was worth enough to get out of here.
I don't know about that. The price of a ticket outside of Malifaux's more expensive than a price in here. It's like, once the guild gets you in here, they don't want you to leave.
Yeah, I can imagine that. What's up with the tree?
Oh, the hangman's tree?
Yeah.
Guild uses it to kind of hang publicly executed criminals, except for the noose, of course. That's Jackdaw's. No one touches that. I heard one time someone tried, and I don't know, they just went crazy, mad, foaming like a dog. Whatever the Jackdaw is, it's protecting that tree, and usually it's a bad omen if he ain't hanging there anymore.
Yeah. Okay. It's good to know. What can you tell me about one more question? Anybody causing problems around these parts? Anybody who's been causing issues for you all or people walking around?
I mean, the guild, obviously.
Of course, yeah.
I mean, the big problem they got is what they're doing over at that factory. I know. Let me remember what that factory's called. At the old Soulstone processing facility, they're starting to bring in criminals. They're starting to bring in robots. I think Fitz was saying something about it. He had a plan to fix it all. He's been running a lot of pickets, but old Fitz, he's up to something.
Yeah. Go find Fitz later. Thanks for telling me.
No worries. Doc and Tobias, what do you get
Yes.
doing?
Before it gets too late, I'm gonna tell locals, it's been a wonderful time. Thanks for having me. I'm gonna tell my friends, tomorrow morning, Sledge, meet you guys there. Tobias gonna excuse himself for the evening, go back to his apartment.
What time do you consider morning?
Bright and early.
Dawn?
7 o'clock, 7 a.m. Gotta stop by the Tatler office, drop off some stories.
I look to the doctor's wrist. Does he have a watch? Do any of us have a watch? I doubt there's a clock here.
I think pocket watches are the fashion nowadays. I don't know if wrist watches exist yet.
I certainly don't have one, but I'll assume one of us.
That's up to the doctor if he has a watch, or not the doctor, Tobias if he has a watch.
Yeah. Of course I got a watch. I got it's an essential in the modern day and age. Have a pocket watch.
I'll keep that in mind. On the morrow then.
Evening. Scoots out the door.
Tobias dips out. Doc, you do anything?
Yeah, I would like to, once I grab the food, are there like people sitting at tables and things?
Most of the things people are sitting at are like ragged furniture or like boxes that have sort of been stacked up and like wood put over it to make a table, but not actual tables. But yeah, like there's sitting areas where people are talking, hanging out.
I want to try and go, I'm going to go sit next to a family if I can.
All right. Yeah, you find a little family. It's a little drafty in here, so like the mother has like a shawl on that's kind of keeping her warm, rubbing her hands together a little bit. The husband's like, oh, dear, you should go sit by the fire. I will. I just want to finish my soup.
How are you doing this evening?
Oh, fine. Thank you. Billy here told me what you all did for us. It's nice. It really is. Oh, I'm hoping all the striking and everything gets out. Otherwise, I mean, he's basically dead. He's like, hush now, woman, hush. It's not like that. It's, the soul mines. Some folks think they're a death sentence, but it's not that bad. Work is work. We should be good. Usually, folks around here, we like to rotate out. Keep it fair. You go work in the mine for a week, and then someone takes your place. But with everything going on at the Soulstone factory, well, you gotta work somewhere, right?
I guess that's true. I was wondering, have you ever heard of someone named Helena Strout?
Because I can't flip, just give me just a straight card flip there, Doc. Tell me what you draw.
Okay. And as I'm doing this, I definitely want to be like looking like, what are the effects of the mine, like the physical effects? Like, is it something like a coal mine where it's like lung issues, or is it something like that's affecting like skin that touches soulstones, so it's more their hands, or
so like you start, we'll do a doctor check for that. That'll give you more information, because you're not asking, you're just observing, right? You're doing what you do.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what you got on the flip?
A 3.
Oh no.
He's like, mean, I think I've heard the name before, but it's not ringing any bells. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. Do you know anything about the quarantine zone?
I mean, we all know a little bit about it. It's not a good place. It's big. I mean, depends on where you go. Some places are more dangerous than others. I mean, hardest part is getting into it. The guild, they lock it up pretty good, pretty tight. There's a big barrier surrounding it. Patrols often. I mean, it depends what district you end up in. Some places, not so bad, pretty inhabited. Others, well, you don't want to visit others.
Thank you for sharing it with me. And thank you for sharing the food. I know it's a community thing.
It's the least we can do around here. Give me that
I got
quick
a
doctor.
17 on the doctor check.
There you go. There you go. Doctor in the house. Here it comes.
Their arm unbreaks by itself next to him.
You grab their wrist and you say, "I know everything about you from your heartbeat." And you just stare at them.
So
I'm actually taking his pulse.
Yeah.
You begin to look around for like different signs. Like first you start to pick out people who possibly could have been working there soon. You do pick out like a couple people where you Sherlock Holmes style freaking notice like charcoal under the fingernails and shit, right? These particular people, the signs that begin to kind of do alarm bells, there's coughing, serious hard coughing. A few times you see like people, they pull up like the handkerchief, and when they pull it away you can see blood. And then the other thing that's really strange is you notice burns, but not like physical burns, but more like a flash burn. Like incredibly bad sunburns that are like blistering on like parts of the face or the hands or like little exposed areas of the skin. But those are the two big symptoms that kind of stick out to you.
Working in the mines can be a hard thing. I don't know much about the Soulstone mines, but the mines across the other side of the breach were just, well, not just as hard, but they could be difficult for people. If you need anything, if you have any problems, come find me. My name is Doc Murphy.
I mean, we can always use a doctor around here. I'll spread the word, I will. Thank you, Doc.
Appreciate it.
At that point in time, you hear coming from the hallway that you guys entered and you look and can see that there are 3 men dressed in the signature redcoats of the guild. And the music kind of comes to a stop. And the room grows quiet. And the front man walks up and he says, "Well, well, well. Here I was, worried I'd have to go back to the courts empty-handed, with no one able to pay their rent and give out all the eviction notices. But look at this. It looks like, well, you'll be blessed and came into a bit of money." And he reaches into his coat, pulls out a book, flips it open, and begins to read off names. Just, James Revness. Well, it says here in me book that you are past due 2 months by your rent, and you owe me 1.25 script. Side note, Brent needs to come up with a name for coins in this world, because that sounds stupid. But yes, a script and a quarter, essentially. And he just begins to go down the list. And yeah, these like kind of sad workers are grumbling to themselves, and they're beginning to line up.
Does everybody seem as though they are... Is there anyone who's having like a harried conversation that they know they won't be able to pay, or does everyone seem okay with our recent influx of money here?
You see, you quickly being one who usually blends in and notices things that other people don't notice, Teresa, you see a couple people are like starting to kind of slip off and try to like dip behind the blankets. Like as this is happening, they're doing the best they can, but you do notice the quieter of the guild members kind of like keeping an eye and nudging each other and gesturing, just like, hey, check that out.
Can I somehow assist these people in stealthing? I don't have any money to pay their rent, so I'm just going to try to hide them back in our room while there's kind of a line and a commotion. Can I do some kind of stealth check to help them with that?
Yeah. You flip that card, and while you're doing that, Jake, I heard an from you. What are you up to?
Yeah. As I'm listening to the list going on, can I just determine what the grand sum in total will be?
Like everybody? How much the guild is going to make off of this?
How much the guild is asking for, like, what's the sum of what everybody owes in this room?
Do you want to go talk up and ask the guild dude?
I'm just listening to him as he lists off names and numbers, and I'm just...
Oh, okay. We'll say altogether, like, it probably comes up to about 6-7 script.
Okay.
What is my target number?
Your target number, helping these people hide. They're already seen. I'm gonna say it's a 9.
Okay, I got an 11.
Okay, describe to me how you do this. How do you assist these people? What do you say to them? You very not socially awkward person.
I see, especially this family that's kind of hiding behind this blanket. If they're in the corner of the room, I'm going to come up to them, just kind of signal kind of while I'm behind the blanket, just like a finger over the mouth, and then guide them in such a way that it looks like they're joining the line, weave so that it seems like, oh, it's a jostling the line, people are cutting or whatever, and then like keep them rotating out to try to get them into one of these side rooms. Just a couple of people, the people whose names are on the list, not like a huge amount, but enough so that it seems like, oh, they're just not here tonight. They'll have to find them another time.
Yeah, you manage to kind of do-si-do them a little bit, blend them in, and like while you're moving them along, you spot like a closet that has like a hole in the back where they can go into another room and like come out there behind these actual members and like slip outside, like walk behind the guild and like make their way down the hallway.
Exactly.
Beautiful. Doc, you doing anything?
I'm going to try to find the little girl that we met that got the new teddy bear.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to go stand in front of her and basically block the teddy bear from the guild's vision. And I'll like take my coat off and extend my arm out so that it like becomes a little bit of a natural shawl, but definitely blocking the vision as much as I possibly can from that like brand new teddy bear.
At first, like she kind of like looks behind it and then looks up at you and looks at what you're doing and she goes, "That's fucking smart," and just like scoots behind you.
Perfect.
But eventually everyone makes their way.
Was Ellie gonna do something about the money?
Yeah, are you doing anything else, Ellie, or just like kind of letting it pass for now?
I'm sort of just watching this. So I'm just sitting there. I have like a bowl of stew, and I'm just watching what's happening, and I'm trying to pay attention to I'm very much paying attention to the numbers, and I'm paying attention to what is being asked of these people and whether or not it seems reasonable. Mm-hmm. And if at any moment it doesn't, I sort of turn to whomever might be still sitting nearby me, and sort of I just will mention, who are these guys?
Okay, so a lot of stuff happens then. So while you're doing that, you're paying attention for a little bit. There is a moment where one of the guild members, breaks off and kind of goes into that original room where he saw those people vanish. But of course they are gone because Teresa managed to hide them successfully and maneuver them around. As he's walking back, he kind of like looks down at you for a moment and goes, "Huh, nice arm."
Thanks.
And then just heads back to his group. when you ask kind of the citizen, he goes like, oh, I mean, this guy right here, he calls himself his lordship is like what he likes to go by. He ain't no fucking lord. He comes in here and pinches us for money. Skilled property, so of course they're charging us rent. Don't fix anything though. We got holes in the walls, rats everywhere. I've woken up to a big sucker about the size of a dog chewing on my toes, trying to rip off my pinky. They're just pinching us. That's what they always do.
They cheating you out of coin? Or is it always fair?
You tell me. Do you think we should have to pay for this place?
Probably not, personally, but it's the only place that we have available right now, then yeah, potentially.
This is a quarantine zone, yeah. So yeah, eventually he finishes up and he says, as always, you fine people, your generosity is appreciated. You have been excellent hardware, cogs in the great machine of progress. May you have a wonderful, blessed evening, and as always, may order prevail. And he turns on his heels, and the two men follow him out.
Hold on. As he turns and as he's about to walk out of the door, I get up and I walk over. Hi, I'm a new tenant. What do I owe?
A new tenant? Whoa, well. I wasn't aware of this. Welcome to the fine establishment that the guild provides. As a new tenant, you owe a down payment of a simple quarter of script. From there on out, we will bump that up to about 50 script per week. Or not 50 script, sorry. 50 cents. 50. I have to.
Oh my god.
We need gold, silver, and copper in this system. We need 50 cents of script. Half a script. There you go. Half a script. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, our financial situation and the way we deal money around here isn't the best. But half of a script.
What happens if I can't pay?
Well, I mean, of course, sometimes there's late fees and the bills will continue. And, I mean, the law is the law. And if you were not to pay, you would, of course, be given a fair trial at the courthouse, and you may have to go to prison.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Here is your quarter.
Thank you kindly for your generosity and being a good law-abiding citizen. And he takes it and drops it into his little money pouch. And then he puts that into his inside pocket and turns and leaves.
One more last question. I know you're about to leave. I'm so sorry, but where would I have to find you if I needed to find you?
Oh, I usually make my rounds every Friday.
Oh, you don't have a place that you stay at that I can go and find you at?
I mean, if you wanted to visit me in business hours, you could always ask for me at the Cage of Grace.
Done. Thank you.
Representative, of course. Okay, and he leaves.
I love Ellie so much.
You guys kept a level head in that. I'm impressed. Good job.
I always leave at the wrong times.
Can
I could have dealt with this guy.
Can I make a math check to suss out if he's screwing these people?
So I'm gonna tell you right now, the guild makes the prices. These people are impoverished. This building looks like it should be fucking condemned. If they weren't living here, they would probably be in some other condemned building, and they would start charging them rent there. It's not. Yeah, like that's kind of the thing. It's not a matter of like, oh, is he charging too? He's charging what he wants. He's charging what he thinks they can afford, and the rates are based on how much people make and if they are there at all, and not so much where you're living.
Okay.
Unless you're in downtown. Downtown's more straight, but like the slums are the slums, man. Everything around here, when you guys have came into this area of town, is boarded up, busted up, beaten down, rats skittering across the ground. Like it's just old, beat up buildings.
Okay.
After he leaves, I will go back and fetch the people from the hallway so that they can rejoin pursuit.
Okay.
Just kind of open the door.
Yeah, they thank you kindly, and we appreciate what you did. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And they come back, and it's a little bit of a slow start, but eventually the party picks back up. And I mean, unless there's anything really pressing you guys want to do, I was gonna kind of leave it at you head to bed, and we can start the next day.
I would like to do something while everyone is asleep, if that's all right.
Okay.
This isn't about where Ellie keeps her money, I promise.
Liar.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're all sleeping in the same room, all three of us are, right?
Yes. Tobias left.
Okay. Doc, how is your sleeping situation? Do you just keep your bag next to your bed? Are you a very sound sleeper?
Yeah, for the most part. Pretty sound sleeper. The bag would be next to the bed, but not anything where, like, if you wanted to essentially go into it, it'd be pretty easy. But
And Ellie, is Ellie a heavy sleeper? Does Ellie snore?
Because of our previous arrangements, Ellie is sleeping in front of the door this evening.
Very nice.
And you imagine that I am snoring, but am I faking it? It's somewhat hard to tell.
I take an extra moment. I rise from my little mattress on the floor and I take an extra moment to I really need to know if Ellie is asleep.
I am asleep.
Okay. But I stand there for a moment. It might be several minutes of me just standing there, listening to see how level her breathing is before I go over to Doc's bedside. He's up a little higher.
Wide-eyed, white-haired girl just staring at you while you sleep.
Yeah. And I just loom over Doc. And then if he doesn't wake up, I just sort of touch his shoulder gently.
slowly roll over as I wake up.
You wake to directly in front of your face.
Let out a little bit of
Hi.
And then realize it's you.
Hi.
Settle it back down.
Sorry. I have a question that I wanted to ask, sort of. I have a couple of questions. It's not a good time, but now is the time, if that's okay.
That is fine, I guess. It is late.
Yeah, I know. It's difficult, to have sometimes people can hear you from anywhere and people are always watching, so sometimes it's best to do it when you think that they're not going to hear. I'm going to start with, I'm going to start with a harder question. And I'm looking over at Ellie's sleeping body. Right. So you said that when we were walking earlier this afternoon that you didn't like to see people hurt because of your profession. And I've been feeling a certain kind of way after seeing how much Ellie enjoys fighting. And I don't know if I'm being reasonable or not, but I've only ever tried to hurt somebody one time, and it's not something I would want to do again. But Ellie seems very nice, doesn't she?
She does?
Yeah, she's not. You don't think... it seems like she just likes fighting because it's a sport, right? It's not that she likes to hurt people.
Doc kind of looks longingly at you, just questioning things in his head a little bit. And looks over at Ellie sleeping, just trying to like buy some time to think essentially, and then turns back to you and just I mean, I think there's different types of hurting people. If somebody like the fighting pits, that's the kind of sport. Both sides agreed to it. But I mean, it's all right to hurt people at certain times. If you're defending yourself or defending others that need it, then that's gonna be okay if it comes to it. But if you're just hurting someone to hurt somebody, or to show your power over them or something like that, that's when I'm not okay with the violence, I guess.
And you don't think Ellie's like that, right? You don't think she just does it to feel, bigger than other people?
I mean, she may, but I mean, if you're going to show violence in order to be bigger than somebody, if somebody agrees to it, then it's something that might be okay.
Okay.
I mean, the fighting pits it wasn't Ellie. I mean, the way she fought and the way she won, I mean, it makes you think that she just wanted to beat the crap out of somebody. But that being said, I don't think she knew that she outmatched her opponent as much as she did beforehand. She started to hold punches towards the end, and I mean, I think that showed. I think she was looking, and Doc pauses and kind of like looks at Ellie again and looks back at you and just says, not everybody is so straightforward. Sometimes people feel like violence is their only way out of something. There may be something residing under her skin. But I mean, she hasn't shown anything that makes me think that she's violent just to be violent. But I don't know. Maybe it's up to you and I to keep an eye out for her. If she does turn that way, then maybe that conversation needs to happen with her. But, we're having this one-on-one, but maybe that conversation's better for a two-on-one. If we're both on the same side talking to her about it, she may understand it more as a problem.
I don't know if it's a problem I was just thinking about it.
Let me ask you this. What do you think Ellie's motivations are?
I don't know. That's why I wanted to ask you, because you seem... I would really quite like to like her, because I think she's very nice, and I think you're very smart, and this did make me feel better, so thank you.
Thank you.
And
I mean, I've only known her for about 3 days, but honestly, I don't think the violence is what motivates her. I think it's the coin, to be honest.
Yeah, that's an understandable thing, I think. I had one other question, more sort of a statement, sort of a question. Do you think, in a hypothetical situation, if somebody made some acquaintances or friends and they said something about themselves that wasn't true, and then later they told them the truth, would then that... Okay, so say somebody was like, my name is John, and then a little bit later they're like, actually, my name is Craig. And then do you think that people would be very upset at this person that they had met? Would they be very angry, do you think? Would it be better if they just remained John?
You see as Doc's eyes are like struggling to stay awake. They keep coming like partially closed, and then he goes wide eyes. He's trying to really listen and like focus on the conversation. Lets out a big yawn, and then I mean, I guess it depends why you're lying. If there's
not
a
me,
reason
so
for it,
not me. This is hypothetical. So yeah,
I guess it depends on
why
on
John
John's
is
lying.
lying. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not lying, but other John, if he's lying, then well, I think it depends why. But if you're gonna come out, if John's gonna come out and tell us his real name, then I'd say as long as he explained why he lied in the first place, it's not a big deal.
What if it just seemed like a good idea at the time, and then it was, easier? It's fine. Yeah, you've already. I'll tell. No, Thank you. Good night. I appreciate it. Good night.
Good night,
Go.
dear.
That was beautiful.
Scurry away back to bed.
Oh,
Doc kind of stares up at the ceiling really quick, or like stares at the ceiling, and then just kind of shakes his head and turns over and goes back to sleep.
all right. Eventually, sleep takes you, some easier than others. The following morning, there is a light tap at your door, and you guys are invited to join in sort of the communal breakfast. You can see that like another big pot has been brought out, and they actually have like a small basket with a few eggs, a few more cans of that quality meat go right into the pot, couple veggies, and they begin cooking it up. At this point in time, Tobias, you return to the smell of eggs. You don't return. You don't want to return yet?
I was shaking my head at the plops of meat, but
Oh, okay.
He doesn't want to return if there's plops of meat. Make it more
yeah.
inviting.
Hey, Cook's quality meat, man. It's for everyone.
Did you bring
Sure.
donuts? You're the money bags, right?
Yeah.
Coffee?
Okay, for
Coffee.
my, I don't want to walk into this place. I'll just walk in. I think I'll stomach it. It's haven't been eating it for so long. It's I can stomach one more bowl of it. Be fine.
All right. You come in. You see your friends sitting down. You guys have a moment to like kind of catch up and get ready to go through your plans of the day. As it is going on, there is a man that comes out and has like a small ham radio that he brings with him. He's like, oh, hey, the show's gonna come on. Everyone, like, get ready.
Oh, this is gonna be good. Start elbowing people. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Another one of these idiots with a radio.
I'm just
Right.
kind of
As-
staring at the radio.
As breakfast is served, this small little radio kind of clicks on and statics up a little bit, and a lot of people they're all sitting around it huddled, ready to hear what's going on, and you hear a voice come on that says, "Citizens, we know the guild is lying to us. The constructs they are offering to the MNSU are dangerous, shoddily built, liable to fall apart or worse. Cause a mine collapses, people die. The fact that the guild is trying to replace hard-working, expertly trained laborers with these hazards is downright despicable. Fight on, union workers. You have the rest of the city at your back." And like it continues to go on for a little bit, and everyone's like kind of like nodding, like yeah, and then it finally ends with, "This has been another broadcast by your kind neighbor, the honest citizen." And it sort of shuts off, goes dark, and then like nice little ditty comes on.
Is that a rival media group? Looking at Tobias.
There's always people out there thinking they can start their own business, start their own news network. Not everyone's happy with the way the Tatler reports things.
Are you?
I report what I can. I do my job. The guild's gonna edit everything before it goes out, but I guess it'd be nice if we actually got to write the news, but we do what we can.
One of the people kind of sitting by you guys like, what are you talking about? The honest citizen, he's a pirate radio. I heard the guilds have been trying to catch him for months and execute his ass.
That's so. He's that popular, you think?
It's the only honest news we get around here. Not like that shit the Tattler peddles. Always talking about the bad things going on that the Union does. Or like gremlins down in the bayou. Never talking about the bad things that the guild does. Suspicious if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. Well, you need more than one news source. Hear both sides of the equation. That's what I think.
Yeah, fair and balanced reporting. Yeah.
I mean, we got two, but the other's even worse. And I can't remember off the top of my head what the other news source is.
The Malifaux Daily Record.
Oh, you do your homework. Thank you, Zack.
Mm-hmm.
The Daily Record's even worse.
Does the Tatler have a radio program?
Oh, of course. They got all sorts of shows that come on. And Tobias, like you know that they have a show. Like, in fact, the guy that you co-hosted with, he has his own show on the Tattler.
Yeah, they got their own thing going on at all hours of the day, but you gotta catch them at the right times. You know what I mean?
Be nice to meet this person.
I'd love to meet him. Love to shake his hand.
You keep going back and forth about, well, the guild propaganda and, well, talking against them. I guess, where in the spectrum do you lie?
What do you mean by that, Doc? Do you mean by like how much propaganda I spill, or how do I feel about the propaganda?
Let's say if you had your own paper, would you rest somewhere within the Tattler, or would you, well, talk about it more about things like the honest citizen, or somewhere in the middle?
If I had my own paper, I'd tell things as it is. I've listened to this honest citizen guy a few times. It sounds like he tells it as it is. The guild, they like the propaganda.
You're gonna let us see the piece that you're writing on us?
Yeah, I'll let you see it, but what comes out is what comes out. It's not necessarily my words, but you can see it.
Sorry, Doc. What were you saying?
Nothing.
So were we today, after breakfast, of course, were we just going to head down to the sledge? And it sounds like we are interested in helping clear out the Barnett Manor. Right?
I'm game if you're all.
Right.
I'm interested.
I mean, Ellie, you were talking to some folks last night about kind of what it's like, right?
No, I sort of look around and then lean in and just say, it's not much. Somebody moved out. They might have left some stuff for us to take if we want to take something. Maybe we find a good bit of apothecary in there. Maybe we find, I don't know, some money. Who knows?
I mean, on the table-wise, aren't we clearing this house for the person whose house it is? I mean, things could go missing, of course, but, it's for the Lady Barnett, isn't it? I mean, that's what the Freycorp man said.
True.
Yeah. But then, if it really is, just go in, there's nothing there, come out and say, got it done for you, then were we wanting to visit on, what is it, the guild hall thing?
The Cage of Grace?
Cage of Grace, yeah.
Yeah, I want to swing by there. I just want to get a look at it, see what's happening.
Yeah. I've never been there, so.
Doc, is there anywhere you need to go?
Actually, now that you mention it, I did have a couple questions for Tobias. Since we're new here, I've had a couple things pop up that I had questions about.
What'd you got for me, Doc?
I mean, in general, to answer your question, Ellie, not to leave you hanging, but I I guess I don't have anywhere in particular that I need to go. Not at this time, at least. But Tobias, do you know about Helena Strout?
Helena Strauss. Can't say I heard the name before. Do I? I don't think I know anything about this. If it is, if I do know, I don't know.
If I do know, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a history check.
Can I try
History
to
check?
do a history check?
Both of you being natives can do a history check.
History is intellect, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
Ooh, that's a
All I know
That's a
about her is that she's doing
2-0.
some sort of doctor work in the outskirts of the quarantine zone.
That's a 3.
With a 3, you've
Yeah.
never heard of Helena Strout.
Let me work on getting this card.
Yeah.
I'm digging through a memory
quarantine
pack.
zone.
While you're doing this, I am serving up seconds of whatever this breakfast is, and I want to just turn while you're kind of thinking. I actually want to just turn and ask one of the fellow folks of just, hey, anything I can pick up from the market for you all. And I'm just collecting a list, like a really light list to see, just in case I'm on my way, I can just pick up some stuff and bring it.
Oh yeah. Like most of the shit they want's just food and stuff. They're like, oh yeah, man. Like if you get some cheese, that'd go great. And this beans. You know, like some pinto beans for the stew. That'd go real nice, real nice. A little bit of salt. You can never have too much salt. You know, just simple things like that.
I'm gonna lean into Ellie. If they ask for cook's meat, they're out of stock.
I hear
Trust
it's
me
the
on
best
this.
meat around.
Don't believe everything you read in the papers, man.
Uh-huh.
With that history check, I got a 13 of books.
You have heard of Helena Strout.
Okay.
So you know that Helena Strout is sort of a off the radar doctor. She does hang out in the quarantine zone. She hangs out in an area of the quarantine zone called Stranger's Keep, which is fairly close to here. So the quarantine zone is divided up into many districts, even though it doesn't say it on our map because I couldn't find a digital good version of it. But it's like there's the Barrows, there's Cold Street, there's the Passage, like there's tons of them. This particular area, let me switch over to the map real quick and I can show you with my pointer. Oh no. Oh no. Why do I not?
But yeah, Dak. She's a doctor in the quarantine zone. Why would you want to know about her?
I guess I'd just like to go meet her at some point. Do you know where she resides?
Yeah, it's she lives in Stranger's Keep. We can maybe we can make a pit stop over there. We're going in the quarantine zone today. I got a pit stop I got to make too.
Cool. All right, so you guys are currently in the eastern slums. Stranger's Keep is actually right here. It's that little sort of black land that's around the slums you're currently in.
Okay.
So it's not far. It's ironically really close to where you are.
And then we know where Barnett Manor is too. Is that the star?
We are going to get into that. So like all these
Okay.
tokens and everything, this is just the default of the map. Ignore them all. I don't use half of them. Half of them aren't accurate. I think I'm gonna try next time really hard to get a good. I might have to custom make it, but a good map that shows the names of all the quarantine zone because this is gonna turn into a headache.
I did another question for you. Well, I'd be most appreciative if you could take me by her place at some point, but no rush on that. My other question though, I saw something on the train, a projection of light on the floor, but instead of just a strip of light, it was words, and I was wondering if they meant anything to you. I mean, since it was projected from the train, I'm guessing that it means something to the guild, possibly.
Wow, what'd it say?
It was a sentence, or at least a partial one. It said, "The words of the wild will tempt you."
The words of the wild will tempt you. You saw this on the
Does
train
that
coming
mean
into the
anything?
city? Not
I
to
did.
me. It sounds like people see a lot of weird things when they go through the breach. It could be the magic playing tricks on you. It could be your eyes seeing things. It could be any number of things. Wouldn't worry about it too much.
All right. As long as it's not something, well, yeah. I guess if there's no more information, it'll be something that I have to explore.
I mean, you could always hit up the library and see if they got any knowledge on it.
Haven't studied much since I was in school, or read much since I was in school. We'll see. We'll see how much time we get.
So, we'll plan to go over, check out the sledge. Probably better to go towards the manor during the day. On our way back, if we need to, we can stop anywhere Doc needs to stop. Maybe go to the market. Be fun to see your place sometime too, Tobias.
Yeah, it's across the river, but yeah, if we're in the area, I don't mind having guests entertaining.
I had just quickly. So Tobias, I said in your write-up that you could call me Mary. You can go ahead and call me Teresa in the write-up, and then just so there's some distance between me and that name for safety reasons. You can all of you can call me a different name that I use, that is used more than Teresa might be, in some circumstances. The name that I've had for the longest time. You can call me Nemo if you want to. You can also call me Teresa if you'd rather do that, but if you wanted to call me Nemo, yes, that would be fine.
Okay. If we want to call you Nemo, we'll call you Nemo.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to take to calling you Nemo. Rolls off the tongue. Cheers.
What
Shorter
would you
than
like
Teresa,
us to
that's for
call you?
Well, Nemo is the name that the people who like me call me. So if you know, yeah, that's not meant to be some sort of pressure or anything, but the people I spend a lot of time around tend to call me Nemo. So if we're sleeping in the same place, then you can call me Nemo if you like.
Is this a John type situation?
I have no idea what you mean.
Who's John?
I don't
Well,
know.
My name's John, but Nemo and I had a conversation earlier. Well, later last night, and yeah.
Did we?
Where was
you
I
didn't
in this
dream it.
situation?
You're probably asleep
Sleeping.
too, just like I was, and just
Oh.
like he was. So,
Okay.
All right.
Okay, Nemo.
Well-
if it's if you start pissing us off, we'll go back to Teresa. How about that?
sure, that's fine.
With that said, we're gonna move forward a little bit. So
Head off
So
to
I
the
wanna-
sledge.
we're off to the sledge, and I want to get you guys to the Barnett Manor. We're gonna kind of fast travel here. You make it to the sledge, inform the Freikorps that you're going to take the job, and they basically set you up and give you a little bit of information. First, their offer stands where they're going to pay you guys 30 script. And on top of that, they will introduce you to a contact. That contact will be based on what you are looking for, whether it be weapons, soul dust, yada yada. They're gonna meet your needs. The big things they talk about is, one, you have to go in there at night. Whatever is in Barnett Manor doing all sorts of terrible things, it happens at night, and your job is to get rid of it, whatever it is. Two, you're there to reclaim the manor. So if you can, avoid destroying it or damaging it more than it already might be. They're not gonna freak out if like a window gets busted or something, but like don't blow the damn thing up, right? because they want to give this manor back to the owner, Mary Barnett, for political gain reasons. If they can give it to her instead of the guild, it's going to get them in. It's going to open up more pathways for them, which is good for them as a mercenary group. Lastly, they do mention that, oh, there might be some stuff in there. They're not going to freak out if a couple things go missing, but don't raid the whole house. Like, don't take the beds and the furniture and the portrait. Like, yeah, you find a couple shiny objects. They consider that gained expenses, and they're not going to say anything. Any more questions about rules or regulations or what's going on with the mission?
So the manor is in the quarantine zone, right?
The manor is on the far eastern side of downtown. It's right before western side of downtown. So if you were to look at the map and my little cursor, it's actually tucked right here into this corner. Right there. Yep.
Cool beans. So we don't have to get into the quarantine zone.
No. They've even like nope, never mind, they won't do that. Nope, you don't gotta get into the quarantine zone.
Okay.
I got one question for the Frey Corps. Should we expect any trouble against the guild?
So if you are there at night, you may want to arrive early and stay around the house before you go in. There is a curfew in the downtown. So if they see you walking around, I mean, unless one of you is a member of the guild, you could get in trouble.
Good to know. Thanks.
Okay.
Anything else? All right, cool. We're good to go. I'm excited. We're going to go into our first scary place. Before we do that, though, we are going to go on break because it seems like a perfect moment to pause, catch our breath before I try to murder you all in our first dungeon. Yay. If you can call it that. Malifaux's weird. Of course, before we do go on break, we are going to have that giveaway soon. So remember, use that exclamation mark loot thing to try to win that cool shirt. In the meantime, we'll be back soon. Be safe, guys. We love you, and we can't wait to spend more time with you.
Yeah.
Our Hello, you beautiful people. Welcome back. So, before we get started, we have the winner of the raffle is Dizzy Dancer. Congratulations, Dizzy Dancer. Uh, Hopefully, you dance beautifully in this shirt. Okay, let's get back into it. First of all, let's change this music. This is too exciting, too happy for
Yeah.
what I'm about to put you guys through.
We're gonna check
There
it
we go.
out.
That's better. Okay, so you guys saddle up. You make your way back to the downtown. It takes a few hours. It's a bit of a city, and for the most part, you're hoofing it on foot.
I did want to ask while we're traveling, do I see the grinning man, the man in the top hat, around us at any point?
Flip me that notice check.
All right. I'll do that while we continue moving. Yeah, I'm just kind of hanging at the back of the group, trying to keep an eye on the world around us. That's going to be a 13, I believe. Yeah, that's a 13.
Though the streets are fairly busy and the man in the top hat has been known to sort of tower above the crowd, you don't see him. And keep a sharp eye out. You're constantly looking over your shoulder, but no. So you guys make your way deeper into the downtown, heading a bit northwest to the edge. Night begins to shift. The sun dips over the horizon. And the dark, dark gray sky turns into a deep black. This late at night, the streets are silent. That is, except for the soft hiss of gas lamps, with flames that dance behind the fogged glass. You turn left, right, making your way down the cobblestone streets between the houses. And eventually, your footsteps are joined by another. You can kind of hear like boots clacking. And you turn and you can see like up ahead is a red coat man standing there, hand resting on his pistol. He says, "Oi, excuse me, you there. What are you doing out past curfew?"
We officer, we're just on our way home.
Any sort of identification papers?
Yeah, I'm working on showing my press badge. Got my press badge right here. I was working on a story, ran rather late. These are my compatriots. We're on our way back to our abodes, if you will.
Give me.
What do I got?
Give me a convince. A convince or a bewitch.
Okay. I'll do convince. I still have my voice of the people, right? That's still at +3 because we did not end the session yet.
Correct.
All right.
You're eternally the voice of the people.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good
Yeah.
ability.
I've worked my way sort of through the middle of the group just so I'm as not visible as possible.
That is 8 plus 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's going to be a 15.
He narrows his eyes and takes his white gloved hand off his pistol. Right, well, be careful. It's dangerous this close to the wall, quarantine zone and all.
Of course,
All right.
officer. We're going to take the utmost precaution.
He nods approvingly and heads off and continues his rounds. As you head farther west, the cramped layout of the city begins to shift. Instead of the usual narrow houses, you find yourselves walking amongst gated, beautiful Victorian architecture. These black iron gates give way to steepled roofs and windows illuminated by gentle yellow lights. And though the city sleeps, the guild is ever present. You're stopped a few more times by patrols, but with your papers and everything, they, for the most part, just leave you be. Eventually, the road curves along this sort of Gothic suburb until a simple steel sign points off a narrow path leading between a pair of weeping willows. It reads, the sign, Barnett Manor.
This looks like the place, boys.
Mm-hmm.
Can we see the house from the beginning of this spot?
No. It's like so out here it's less city and more like private properties, and you guys are kind of walking almost along like a country road, but there's just
They've
like
got that rich people driveway where you can't see the
that
end.
rich people driveway.
Okay.
There's two big weeping willows, and there's like too much underbrush and everything, and the pathway kind of dips between them and goes, it looks like up towards a hill. But it turns and twists between the trees. You can't see.
I'm gonna stride up and try the gate.
It gives. It's not locked. There's like a slight.
Can I do a tracking check to see? I mean, is it paved or is it a dirt path here?
So, like looking down, you can see that the path it's paved, but it's disheveled. The cobblestone it's beginning to sort of like lift up and give way from the slow determination of earth, roots, tufts of grass. They're like all peeled back like the tops of rusty cans.
Would I be able to see how recently anyone had traveled down this road?
That is almost exactly what tracking is for.
Yeah. Can I do a tracking check?
Yes, you can.
All right. I'm just going to, while Ellie is opening the gate, I'm going to kneel down and start investigating among the cobblestones.
Okay.
Roll that. That's an 8 plus, I believe that's an 11. It should be an 11.
You look in like sort of the softer patches of earth and whatnot, and kind of glance around. Nothing. It looks like this place has been left alone for some time.
All right.
Before we go in, Ellie, do you have any tips for us that may not be used to this sort of thing?
Breaking and entering, or what? Investigating a house. What are you trying to wonder? I guess about.
I mean, any sort of trouble. We're going into an unknown circumstance, are we not?
I'll level with you. Never been in a situation like this before. Stick close. Stay safe. We can talk to each other. I'll look out for you if I can.
Is there a specific order that we should go in?
Usually, if we're concerned about being seen or noticed, and we have a bit of time before we get to the house, it's easier to be stealthy if there aren't such a large group of us. I'm not as experienced as Ellie, but if I could go take a look first if we just wanted to get a little bit of a look.
Yeah, I've never been good at sneaking up on anybody. I tend to just approach them and have a conversation one way or the other.
Yeah.
Maybe if we want, we'll have Nemo, if you're open to it, you can go first, kind of just get a lay of the land. The rest of us sort of stick together.
Sure. I'll say I was kind of digging about in the dirt just now, and whatever is in there at night certainly doesn't come out, at least not this way. Hasn't been anything traveling in or out for a long time. Sure. Shall I go now, or do we want to get a bit closer before I split off?
I think we get a little bit closer. Best to stay together just in case we encounter anybody on the road on the way up. Doc, Tobias, what do you need? What do you want?
So what I'm getting is that we stay quiet and we stay behind the muscles. So I'll just go over here and go right behind Ellie.
I'm sure you'll be very useful in many other ways, but for the present goal of approaching the house, I think that's a good decision.
Actually, this is perfect.
I normally like to talk my way out of rough situations, but just in case things go south, we don't know what we're gonna find in there. And he pulls out of his bag. He pulls out a kind of a big shotgun, just for just in case. We're gonna clear a few things out of here.
All right.
Nice. Right.
Didn't see that coming, Toby.
No.
I like it. Hey, Doc, while we go up, can you take a look at my arm again? Got to make sure it works before we get in there.
This is something that I can do.
Thanks.
And I will attempt to just make any quick repairs that I can to make it more reliable.
Yeah, give me a quick artifacting.
While they're doing this, as we're moving as a group, I'll stay a little bit ahead. Just pretty much, my plan is to get to the place where we can see the house, and then I will split off and try to get a closer look and see about entrances and exits.
Okay.
Yeah.
What'd you flip there, Doc?
I flipped a 2, but that makes it an 8 of tomes.
You pull out your little toolkit, sort of pop open a few panels and whatnot, make sure some wires are tightened here and there. Seems to be getting a little low on the old fuel. You think she got maybe 5 days left before that Soldust runs dry. But other than that, it seems to be in working order. Your repairs are holding up.
We're kicking on fumes, but besides that, after finishing this job, maybe you and I will have to, find the supplier that the Freikorp was talking about.
Yeah, I thought the same. Well, and I kind of smack it a little bit, my arm. Got to get through this situation next. Let's do it.
You
and
guys
I'll go right back behind Ellie.
Smart. You guys walk up the hill. The path begins to become more disheveled until eventually the stones are little more than rubble. It takes about 5 minutes, but eventually you come around this bend, and sitting up on the hilltop, you can see the 2-story manor of brick and stone with spines of iron that run along the shifting, steepled, angled roofs.
I'll turn to the group and start heading over there. I'm not going to get terribly close. I just kind of want to encircle the thing, get an idea of entrances and exits, the thing that they were saying about there appearing to be people in the windows. I just want to see what I can tell from the exterior.
Okay. Give me a quick notice check.
Okay. What's my target number on this?
Your target number is going to be an 8.
An 8. All right, beautiful.
As you're going, I have now pulled out my pistol as well. And I kind of lean into Tobias and Doc and I say, Tobias, you a good shot?
Yeah.
You have good aim?
Yeah, I got decent aim. Did some skeet shooting with my pa back home.
Okay. Just a warning you now, I'm not very good with this. So just so you're not surprised.
I got an 11 of tomes.
I'll stay behind you.
There are a few things that you notice. First, despite its beauty and these 8-foot tall windows and whatnot, they all have iron frames over them, iron bars, giving it almost like a fortress-like appearance. The grass is overgrown, it's sick, it's yellow, but you kind of notice the top of a rusted tricycle sticking up in there.
Tricycle?
Yeah, like a rusted tricycle.
Okay.
And then on the door there seems to be a sign nailed to it, but you can't read it from this distance.
Do I see how many doors are there on the house? Is there a front and a back, a kitchen door, anything like that?
There's a front door and there's a back door, and there seems to be what do you call them, like the old cellar, the tornado shelters, right?
Okay.
Kind of like Wizards of Oz, where it opens up and you could go downstairs into it.
Is that within the garden area that has the tricycle, or is it set apart?
That's like kind of on the left side of the manor.
Okay.
So it's set apart.
I'm going to move. I've got quite good eyesight. I'm going to move just a little bit closer to the door to try to make out what it says on the sign.
Okay. It is
Should I
dark. You do not have
stealth?
dark vision or a lantern, so.
That's true.
Mhm.
How big's the moon right now?
It is a Cheshire cat.
Can I angle it in such a way that the light
No.
is it reflect? Okay, so unless I go all the way up to the door, I'm not going to be able to read it.
Nope. This ain't D&D, folks. I get to mess around with shadows and darkness now. Because everyone doesn't have freaking dark vision.
Okay, if it's I've only done one perimeter round. I'm going to. So the garden has the tricycle sticking out of it. Is it bushed? Can I see the entirety of the garden, or would I need to approach to see anything more in it?
It's not so much a garden, it's just grass. It's tall yellow
okay.
grass that's just the whole front lawn is covered with it.
Okay.
Like there's ivy coming up the side of the house, but there's no garden.
Does it appear the tornado shelter, does it appear to have any kind of chain or lock on it, or does it
Big,
just...
thick chain with a big padlock.
Okay, great. Love big padlocks. Much simpler. Okay. I'm going to return to the group then and kind of go a little ways down the hill just so that we are not in direct vision of the house and explain what I saw. Front door, back door, sign, tricycle for some reason, tornado shelter. I mean, honestly, I'm interested in the little shelter bunker thing because you don't see those very often in the city, at least. They had iron bars over the windows, so we won't really be able to enter or exit through that. But what would you like to look at first?
I'm interested in maybe finding out who else is here with us. Maybe we should go through the front door. Maybe we should knock. Maybe we should ask if anyone answers.
You wish to make your presence known?
It's a manor. Did the Freikorps say if it was inhabited or because they were going to give it back?
Inhabited.
The Freikorps said that it is owned, but it's not currently inhabited because there's something there that's like kind of terrorizing the property. Okay. That Mary Barnett kind of like moved out and has been trying to get the damn thing cleared out, but hasn't had any success.
Okay.
So it's inhabited by something.
Okay, so maybe that knocking thing's a bit of a bad idea.
I mean, it's a strategy, but it might be dangerous.
Yeah. That's a bad strategy. That cellar sounds like a good idea. Maybe we should start at the bottom, work our way up. What do you guys think about that?
I think no matter what we do, we all stick together. Let's go take Nemo's idea. We go down into the cellar first.
I mean, at least from what I overheard, they had seen figures moving in the house, right? I hadn't heard anything about hearing anything from any sort of cellar or bunker, so maybe that's totally empty and full of clues or something. Maybe.
Yeah. Let's go do it. Let's go try the door.
Let's Scooby-Doo the cellar.
You guys make your way over to the cellar. There's the big chains and padlock.
Can we listen at the door to see if there is any movement or anything on the other side?
Absolutely.
Does anybody have really good ears who would like to do that?
Are you going to this? Are you doing the cellar or the door, like the front door?
The bunker.
Cellar.
Okay. Yeah. Let me notice.
Is anyone very good at notice or?
Yeah, I got some good ears. I got maybe a 4 out of 10.
Okay, 4 out of 10.
Yeah.
I think Tobias is the most. Go ahead.
Let me.
Some might say I have 3 out of 20 vision with my notice. So. If you have 20/20 vision in Malifaux, you're a stone cold liar. That's what you are.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. So I got me the red Joker.
Ooh, okay.
So I can hear everything.
Yeah, does he hear anything from the house as well with that?
Do I hear anything in the next district over? How about that?
Yeah.
you kind of lean in, and there's like little slits in the wood that you can actually like see through a little bit. There's like a pungent, fragrant scent coming that smells quite pleasant. I mean, with the red Joker, you give a little sniff and you're like, oh, it smells like alcohol, like good alcohol.
Wine
This
cellar?
ain't no hooch. This is like there's some nice alcohol down there.
Okay.
It seems fermented. Maybe a bottle's open or something. But you do hear like a creaking, maybe a rocking, just this pattern of sounds a little metallic, maybe.
Something's down there. Something rhythmic. Maybe someone in a rocking chair. Maybe someone. Yeah, you guys smell that? Smells like the good shit down there.
I don't smell
Alcohol.
anything.
Do
you want to try your knocking idea on the person in the rocking chair?
Let's not.
All right.
Let's not do that. If anyone has any objections, unless anyone has any objections, I'm gonna do a little. I start pulling my notebook and getting that little wire out and start. I want to try to pick the lock.
Do you mind if I try?
You think you can do it? Be my guest.
Fancy folks.
I take out a really. It looks way too expensive for me to own. It's a small black leather pouch about this big with flap over and kind of gold embroidered shapes on the top. Flip it open and it's a very fine lock picking set. Very, very fine, which gives me a plus on my check. So I should be able to do this.
Wow, I didn't know we were dealing with a professional.
Oh no, it's you pick things up sometimes.
I'll say.
Aren't you all full of surprises?
Oh wow. What's my target number?
Your target number is 7.
7. Okay. I got exactly 7 because I got a 1 and a 4, so I'm quite good at it. I promise.
You put your picks in there, shimmy it. You put a little bit of tension on the rod as you're kind of flicking up, and there's a click, 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 and like you lose grip for a second, and you got to restart. But eventually, it finally pops open, and the tension causes the change just to like. There's a wooden as they kind of like collapse and scrape down the side.
Oh.
I put it back into my coat.
Man, we don't gotta knock that chain dropping was loud enough.
Sorry about that.
I pull the chains aside and put my hand on the door and turn to everybody. All right, we're going in. Open it. Pistol out. Fist ready.
Yeah, got my gun up.
Going down.
Ready.
Does anyone have a light? It's all right if you don't. Maybe we'll find a candle. Right.
It is incredibly dark. It like for the most part, you guys can just like vaguely make out shapes. There seems to be a table with some stuff on it in the back. It's not a very big room. Being a cellar, it's maybe like 30 by 30 feet. Kind of stretches back. Low-hanging ceiling with the wooden beams, but like you can make out a table. There's a few crates, and you can see that there seems to be like a chain hanging with like an old mining lamp on a hook that is currently not illuminated, but like you can definitely make it out, and like you immediately recognize that creak is just like the chain has been swaying back and forth with this lamp on it.
Okay. So we are alone. That's good to know.
As far as we know.
Gotta stay on the bright side, Nemo.
Yeah. Do you want to?
Ellie?
Yeah. I got this. And I stride forward and I go and I tuck my gun away and reach for the lamp and try to fiddle with it to lower it down so we can make use of it.
It's easy. It's just on a nice hook. You take it off. I mean, one of you probably has matches. I'm sure. Like someone probably smokes occasionally. After all, it's good for your health, lowers your stress. It's 1902, man. Like cigarettes are like, oh yeah, they're great. They help with asthma and colds, and like doctors are just like smoking in hospitals and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like this is 1902, baby. Everyone thinks cigarettes are the bee's knees. So I'll say someone has matches, but yeah, it's an old gas-powered lamp that has like the wick and everything, and you like click it, and there's a hiss as like gas begins to come up. But you can light it.
Hey, Doc, since I'm leading the way on this, can you hold this?
I can, but won't you cast shadows in front of me?
Yeah?
All right.
Unless you want to walk in front.
No thanks.
Okay.
What is illuminated now in this room?
You light it up, it hisses to light, and now you have like sort of a dim light, and you're shining the lantern around. The crates have sort of like stamps on them that say Eastern Caress. They seem to be nailed shut. They look like shipping crates of some sort. There's a bunch of them. There's like a dozen of them. There's like an old like kind of crisscross rack that has like different wine bottles in it. And sure shit, like you can see one of them just seems to have like come open and it's leaking, and there's just like bloop, bloop, little plops of wine still kind of like dripping out of it. The table is covered with all sorts of tools, simple woodworking tools, like knives and saws, and I don't know what it's called, but it's like that hand. You run it over and it skins the wood.
Planer.
I'm not a carpenter. That thing, yeah. There's one of those, and you recognize like there's like a few. They look like small toys, like a wooden boat that's partially painted, like a little rocking horse that's maybe like that big.
Are any of them somewhat complete looking?
The boat looks pretty near complete. Like it's carved and it's about halfway painted, and there's like some dried paints that are they've been hammered shut or whatnot, but you can see like blues and reds that have sort of dried to the edges of the can sit next to it. There's like a brush that's beyond saving because the paint's turned the bristles into cement at this point.
I'm going to take a little boat and any other little toy that seems in a semi-finished state, and I'm going to tuck it into an interior pocket of my coat.
Okay.
If they're like this big.
They're all pretty small. The boat's probably the biggest, but there's like a little top, little spinny top, and a little horse, and those are pretty small. You can easily put them in your big old coat.
May I investigate the wine rack, see if there's like some good, if I would recognize like a good vintage or something?
Absolutely. I'm gonna say that type of check is either going to be culinary. I'll let art go for it too. Culinary or art?
I got culinary.
Really?
Yeah.
Boom.
Such a specific skill.
You don't want to know why I have culinary, but I got culinary.
Turns out he's the one who made all the meat cans long ago. He's
He's
worked in
been
the factory.
Sweeney Todding, yeah.
Not gonna say anything.
Yeah. Is there anything the doctor or Ellie want to investigate?
I'm certainly just with Doc watching everything else. I'm looking for exits. Where's the next place we're going to?
I mean,
we're looking.
being like a tornado shelter, there's one way in here, and you came in it.
Okay.
Like it doesn't operate like a normal basement. This is something you had to come out of the house and go down into.
Gotcha.
I got a 6 of masks on that culinary.
Oof. I mean, maybe. It's been a while. A lot of the labels are dusty and peeling. Could be some good wine. I mean, there's like about 10 bottles in total.
All right, I'm gonna look for the prettiest one. I'm gonna shove that in my bag.
All right, you get it. There's like some filigree and labels peeled a little bit. You dust off. You're like,
Yeah,
pop
why
that in your
not?
bag. Okay.
Does Eastern Caress mean anything to any of us?
Target number history, if you have it.
Okay.
What is the target number?
7.
Okay. I don't have history. I'm uneducated.
Yeah, no, I don't got it either.
Does anybody have history? Oh, good.
I can try.
All right. Well, that's going to be interesting. No, you guys wouldn't know.
Okay.
Okay. So those are the only things that are within this bunker, just like a workshop for woodwork children's toys and a bunch of wine.
Yep. I mean, for the most part, there's like other things that aren't of note. There's, gardening tools and like household tools, little toolbox, some old furniture, but nothing really of note.
They were boxes, right?
They're
With the
crates.
crates. Is there like a hammer or something on the woodworker's desk?
There is a crowbar near the crates.
All right, that's what I'm looking for. May I try to pry open the crates?
Give me athletics.
Oof. Okay.
As you're doing that, I want to stride over to the toy area, and I want to just survey the toys and see if any, as Nemo was also asking, for any that are intact. Is there any one that looks sort of just like a animal of some kind?
I mean, if you make a notice, you might have seen Nemo swipe that horse. It's like a little rocking horse, very small, like maybe like 6 inches.
Okay. Yeah. Beyond that, I'll just swipe the next toy that I see.
I think the only one she left was the boat, because there's only 3.
Then I'm taking the boat.
All right. It's like I said, it's about 16 inches long. It's a nice.
It's
nice
a big boat.
Okay.
Boat.
The model ship.
Is there some sort of obsession with these toys?
Yeah, Doc, open your bag up. I got to put this boat in there for a little bit.
I thought, that Abby was her name, right?
Yeah, Abby?
Yeah. And, some of the other kids. It might be nice.
Oh, you got the toys for Abby?
Well, I mean, Abby already has a toy, so
it's true.
Probably the other ones.
Okay. I take the boat out and I say, well, if you got 2 already or a couple of toys, and I put the boat back. I don't need to grab another one.
What good players, man. Everyone's thinking about toys for children.
We got Abby's name, but we didn't get her father's name.
No, we have no idea what it is.
Screw the dad. We're only interested in the child.
He's never introduced himself. He was just excited to see you guys again. What's
guess.
that might check?
That might check. I assume my athletics is based off of might, so that's going to put me at 10 of books.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Easily, you just sort of pry it in and it pops open. It takes a little bit because you got to get the nails on all the ends, but you open it up. Inside, there's kind of like the wood shavings and hay on top, and like you push it aside and start pulling out just folded sheets, comforters, linens, essentially, curtains.
Okay. And we got I don't know if you guys want to haul it back, but it looks like they got some new bed sheets for the hotel.
I think that's the Barnett family business. I think they make their money through bed linens, I believe. Maybe that's what Eastern Caress is. Are they from East Malifaux or something? I don't know, but I think this must be their own stock.
I'll let you do bureaucracy if you got that. It's a little bit higher number, but to just like kind of know, because the Barnetts are in high society. So if you have bureaucracy, you might know a little bit about them.
Got nothing on that.
Man, you guys are just not taking the.
You know what?
These are the skills that I personally
Let's
love.
keep going.
Yeah.
None of it's important for now. We'll find out what Mary does later.
There you go.
We're good in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I grabbed the boat and I put it in Doc's bag.
So
Doc is trying to save us later, and he has to take this boat out, and he's like, "No,
it's too big to fit in my coat pocket."
I know, yeah, it's a really big boat."
The TN increases by 2.
Yeah. So the front door, if we want to approach it that way, because that's the one that had the sign on it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would love to approach it quietly, but I mean, yeah, I assume
think-
you also don't see well in the dark, so taking the lamp also makes it difficult to go quietly. So
Go for it.
Honestly, I think at this point, we kind of made some noise with that chain. Maybe when we get inside, we can go a little bit quieter. But if we stick together, at least until we enter the place, I think that would be a good idea.
all right. So we approach the front door as a big old glob of people. We thunder as we approach.
You make your way up the stairs, and now you can see the sign that's sort of been hammered on to the front door, and it reads, "Death resides in this house. Avoid at all cost." And it is signed Sonia Crid.
Does that name mean anything to any of us?
If you got history, bureaucracy, you do that. Otherwise, a straight intelligence, definitely on this one.
Would guild membership work with that? I assume she's been in the news. Maybe I've seen her on flyers.
She's definitely been in the news. Yeah, but I want you to make an intelligence so I can decide how much I'm going to tell you.
Okay, can I make literacy?
Yes, you can.
All right.
It sounds important.
Did you hear about this person at all, Tobias? Nemo?
I've heard the name once or twice, but not ringing any bells. One of asks.
I'll have to think about it a moment longer. I got a 9.
You've heard of Sonia, Tobias, and the fact that like I know that's someone important in the guild. I know that's, but you're drawing a blank.
You've spell checked her name so many times.
Yeah, right.
Nemo, you being a little more cautious about the dangers of the city, you know that the guild has specific special divisions designed to handle different threats. Sonia Crid is the head of the Witch Hunter division, which is designed to hunt down, capture, and often kill magic users. She's supposed to be a rather terrifying woman who you don't really know what her face is because she has just a metal faceplate mask that she always wears. And that's what you know.
I've heard this name before. They're a witch hunter for the guild. I suppose she must have come to check out if there were magic users. I mean, I assume it's some sort of magical issue if she was called in.
She couldn't.
No, go ahead.
If she couldn't handle it, it sounds kind of real in here.
I don't know if it would be under her jurisdiction. She mainly just handles, rogue mages and the like, folks using magic without, guild permission. And if this is, I don't know, an artifact or I don't know, then maybe it's just none of her business.
Okay.
She doesn't, stick her neck out for nothing.
What did the sign say again?
Death resides in this house. Avoid at all cost.
Okay.
Short, simple, to the point.
So,
Well, I'm going to try the door.
It's locked.
Nemo, can you help us out here?
yeah, I get out my kit again.
Target number 7.
Target number 7, great.
Yep.
I can do that.
Good thing about this sign is that probably nobody else went in here, and we shouldn't expect anybody else to go in here. So it's just
Right.
us.
It's true.
That's a 14.
Easy. After last time, the last lock was a little rusty, little worse for wear. These door locks, man, they sure know how to make locks that last on these rich houses, and it
Yeah.
smooth as butter, easily just clicks open. Lock turns, door with it, and
I want to, as I'm unlocking the door, try to catch the handle so we can, just in case it creaks, open it carefully.
nimbly you quickly switch and grab it and look back at your party.
Right, so stealth now or full steam ahead?
Stealth, probably.
Right.
Don't we want the light?
Why don't I go in first, see if I hear anything, and then if I don't, you can follow me with the light?
Yeah.
Right.
If you get in trouble, shout. Stay safe.
Right. Well, thank you. I'll be right back. I'm gonna stealth in and just try to go into the front room as quietly as possible.
Flip that stealth.
What's my target number?
In this situation, well, stealth is gonna work like it does in D&D. It goes against their, I think, notice.
Yeah.
If there is anything.
Which would be for an NPC a static number.
Which I have. That's right.
Yeah.
Mechanics. That's okay.
Yeah.
I have a bookmark for what the number should be.
It's totally fine. Yeah, just like I said, I like catch the doorknob, open it. I try to open it as little as possible, just slide through. Not shut the door behind me, but keep it just propped closed, and then enter the first room, keeping along the wall.
Target number 7.
Target number 7? Great.
Yep.
I got 9.
Okay, cool. You nimbly slip in. You keep the door from like clicking behind you or anything.
It's completely black in here, right? Or
It is pitch black. There's like a little bit of moonlight coming from a few of like the windows that are real tall above you. You can make out like a chandelier, the shape of it hanging. Other than that, it's pretty dim. Occasionally, the moonlight like reflects on a strand of glistening cobweb that's caught up in the chandelier, but that's about it.
do I see any movement or hear any movement or sound from any part of the house?
It is deathly quiet.
Not even a notice check? There's just nothing?
You hear nothing. It's just absolutely quiet. I'm like, there was a moment where, when you moved in, the floor was about to creak, but you were like so nimble that you're like, you know, and like you stepped and shifted. But other than that, it's just quiet.
I want to take just a few steps so that I'm fully like kind of not exactly underneath the chandelier, but you know, near the center of the room, and just kind of stand there, not quite hiding, just pausing a moment to see if anything happens.
Okay. You move around, finding like patches of carpet that are still left over and haven't completely rotted away, making sure to step on those instead of the wood. As your eyes begin to adjust to the darkness a little bit, you can see that there's a staircase ahead of you and like a balcony up above.
Okay.
But other than that, nothing happens. There's no sound. It just seems incredibly quiet.
Okay. I go back to the door. I open it slowly, quietly, and I nod at the party.
All right, let's go. And I gesture. We start streaming in. I'll go in following Nemo and gesture for Doc to follow after us.
Okay. You move in, angling the lantern around. You can see that the foyer is where you are. The foyer. It's mostly barren. There are a few tables with brass candlesticks, long weeping trails of wax hanging off them. There are 2 doors on the bottom, one to your left, one to your right, and a curving stairway that leads up to the 2nd floor. And then I would also take a notice check.
From everybody?
We'll say Ellie, because she has the lantern.
Doc has the lantern.
We'll say Doc, because Doc has the lantern.
Okay.
Can I assist him by pointing out the things that I had already noticed in the dark?
Sure. Yeah, give him advantage to the flip.
Yeah.
That helped. An 11 of rams.
Something seems to shimmer on the table as the lantern light creeps over it. It looks like a face down hand mirror of wood, and there's silver inlays on the back that form a lovely rose pattern.
There's something on the table.
What?
Okay.
Get it.
Shall I?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I kind of pad over on the little carpet spots, and I'm gonna look with the help of the lantern just at the mirror to see, is it tied to an alarm or something, or is it just a mirror on a table?
Or on a table.
Look back at the party, back to the mirror. What up? Pick it up. Not look at it, just pick it up.
Yeah, definitely looks like it'd be worth something. The silver inlays, it's beautiful. Like the rose blossom on the backs are really nice, and the wood's not too damaged either.
Come back and I hand it to Tobias.
Okay. Take a look at it. And no, hold on. I'll hold on to it if you want. From the bag.
Yeah.
It's a little dusty. There's like a little crack in the glass, but for the most part, you put in your inventory, it's worth 1 script. There's a mirror
Okay.
worth 1 script.
Right.
Gotcha.
All right. Do you guys investigate downstairs, or do you want to go upstairs?
Are there more rooms leading off this room or just the stairs?
There are 2 rooms down here.
Okay, right.
There's a door on your left, a door on your right, and then there's the upstairs.
Go left, I say.
Yeah, I think we can go room by room, or we can open both these doors, look inside them, see what's up.
Let's
Either
go
way.
room by room, I think. To the left?
Left it is.
Right.
You
Shall I?
all right. So you head to the left door, keeping that essence of caution, moving as quietly as possible, opening slowly, making sure that there's no creaks, nothing unsettling. The knob sticks for a second. You grab it, and then it takes like a little bit of a push, and then clicks open. Inside, you can see a big dining hall. There's a long table with tall wooden chairs that cast black, dancing shadows from the flickering flame of your lantern. Beyond this, another door that continues deeper in. And I will take a notice, culinary, or homestead to investigate this area.
I'll poke my head in and lead with a notice, sort of trying to survey this space.
Target number
Yeah.
6.
Does Tobias
Indicating-
want to do a culinary as well?
Yeah. Let me try that culinary.
So as I poke in, I'm sort of just keeping my hand up, ready to gesture for anything as I get a 15 in my look here.
Wow.
The table is not empty. Silverware, plates, china, all placed perfectly. And in the center of the table is a serving dish covered by a silver dome. You notice that there are smears, imprints in the dust that is settled on this table, as if something had been moved here recently. As you're kind of shining the lantern around, you get those little flickers of dust reflecting as if it's been disturbed. The dust is kicked up. It's in the air.
I got a 10 of rams for culinary.
The serving dish has fingerprints around the handle. Well, not dish, but dome. You know what I'm talking about. It's the fancy thing, right? The dome. Boop.
Yeah.
Mhm. I gotta clean that servant dome. It's filthy. And I go over. I want to enter the room, I think, and clean off the serving dish, or clean off the serving dome.
I'm going to follow behind him. Is there dust on the floor as well? Are there any tracks on the floor?
No, just on the table.
Okay.
Like along like the plates and silverware and stuff.
And we're leaving prints now.
You guys are when you're walking through. Yeah, your feet are definitely leaving prints in the dust. So you go to sort of polish the serving dome. It's not sitting right. Like it's caught, and you can notice there just seems to be like, it almost looks like a large kernel of rice is kind of like sticking out of the bottom and keeping it from setting like nestled how it should.
Okay. Is it like cooked rice or is it raw?
With how dark it is, it's hard. It's like hard to see. Like it looks a little big for rice. It's kinda
I'm
hard
gonna
to make out what it is.
I'm gonna see if I can scratch it out of there.
You kind of like touch it with your finger and it shifts, but like if you try to pull it out, like it gets caught. Like it's too big on the other end.
Is it squishy?
It's not squishy actually.
Okay.
It's quite hard.
So
Quite
it's not
solid.
maggots. Okay.
Okay.
No.
So it seems like uncooked rice, and I want to like pick up the dish and kind of like try to shake it out, because now it's bugging me. This whole dining set looks perfect except this one thing. I gotta fix it.
So you grab it and shake it, and like it clatters and rattles, like I mean, it would sound like a bag full of dominoes. Even it's just like it seems quite heavy, whatever's in there. Like you shift it around, and eventually it sits back on how it should.
Okay. Wait, so this is just it's just the serving plate, right? Or is there anything on it? I'm confused.
There's the plate and there's the dome.
Uh-huh.
And you're just picking it up and shaking it and moving it
Oh,
around.
well, I thought, is there... Wait, let me lift the dome and see if there's anything underneath it.
Shake it like a giant maraca.
Yeah, I think
After you maraca'd it, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm misunderstanding what's going on.
Sorry, my bad. I had to plug that in. My headphones were dying. You lift the dome. There are dozens and dozens of tiny porcelain limbs, arms,
Oh, now
legs,
it's broken.
heads, China doll heads, and you can pick out that it was like a finger that was sticking out, but no torsos, just limbs. Dozens and dozens of. They didn't break, they didn't shatter, you didn't shake it hard enough, but just limbs.
Okay. That's not what I wanted to do, but it's okay. All right, that's weird. Hey guys, check this out. This is interesting. I wouldn't eat this if I were you.
No.
I am traveling to the other door across the room, and I am testing to see if it can be opened.
The knob turns easily, and you even give it a little give before opening it. Yeah, it'll open.
I wanted to, with the porcelain dolls, take one of the little figurines out of my pocket. Do the paint colors match at all? Like, does it seem like they might be painted by the same set? I know porcelain would probably not, but aesthetic similarities at all?
No, these look much finer.
Okay.
These definitely look like maybe imported or something. And you can even see like little elegant they look like veins almost in the face, like blue cracks.
Does it look like they were intact before Tobias shook it around, or have they been limbs for a while? Like, are they broken, or was it just a pile of limbs?
It looks like it was a pile of limbs. So okay. You've been around toys. You're familiar. Like a lot of the times, the China dolls, what they'll do is they'll have like porcelain arms and legs, but like the entire torso will be like fluff and like sewn together in cotton, and like there's just the limbs here. There's no dresses, no torsos, just limbs.
Okay. I'm gonna put it down. If I'm not getting any more information from it, I'm just gonna put it down. It's weird.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Put it
open the far door.
You open the fall door. Inside, you find a kitchen. An elegant island sits in the center with a floral design carved into the wood. There's a few copper pots and pans hanging from the rack above, and it is a target number 6 with the same skills: culinary, homesteading, or notice.
All right, I'm gonna quick survey with a notice check, kind of looking back towards my companions. What's the just general feeling of this space? Like, am I on?
It feels very tense because it's very, very quiet.
Yeah.
Yet there's been
Except
obvious.
for the shika
Yeah.
of the porcelain limbs.
There's obviously been movement in the other room, because you saw that in the imprints in the dust. But it's like just eerily quiet, and even though you didn't spend a lot of time looking at it, it is kind of freaking weird. Whatever the hell all those limbs are doing on the plate.
Yeah.
It's a little unsettling.
As I kind of lean into this room, looking, I look with a 12, and I'm just surveying yet again, trying to get a sense of: is there anybody in here? Are the tracks of dust here?
There are no tracks of dust, but there's something, especially with your mentality and how you operate, that does kind of set you on edge. Is the fact that like all the drawers and cupboards, like most of them are open, barren. But you look around and like you see spoons and everything. You see a block that's empty. You notice that all of the knives are missing in this kitchen. All of the knives.
Okay. Is there any other exit out of this room?
No.
I shut the door and return back to the party. And as I draw close, it was just a kitchen back there. Nothing too interesting other than the fact that all the knives are missing. So let's be on the lookout.
Okay. Do you guys head back to the foyer?
I'm taking little sets of arms and legs, like four each. Are there heads in there too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Heads.
I'm putting that in my coat.
Okay.
Just little sets of doll pieces.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other room. Let's check it out quick.
You guys
Let's
head back into the foyer to make your way to the other room. As you enter, the flowing cobwebs greet you from the wave of movement that your presence brings. And then you hear a thump, thump,
Where?
thump, thump. And you lift your lantern to the stairs, and you can see that a can is just thump, thump, thump coming down the stairs until it lands on the floor and rolls over and stops as it rests against your foot.
Whose foot?
Doc's.
Well, it looks like it's time to go. They didn't say how much we had to explore. They just said to clear it out. So we did the first floor. We're good. Let's go.
No. I grabbed Doc by the shoulder. Stick around a little bit longer. Is that a meat can? What are we looking at? What are we working with here?
Is this
You
a
look
cooked
down.
meat can?
It's glistening silver. So like
Ah.
the label has been peeled off. There's like a little bit of paper left over, but that's it. It's full. Like you can definitely like kick it around. You can see that
Can I
it's not
sniff
open.
it? Can I
Smells
smell
like
anything
dust.
through the can?
Smells like dust and metal.
That's not
This-
open.
Is there a
That's
can
not
opener in the kitchen?
Let's just pack this up. Doc, do you have room in the bag? Let's take this home with us. We can open it up later. Let's keep going.
Do you want to head to the downstairs room, or do you want to head up the stairs?
Downstairs, I think.
Okay. Clear out the
Hold
floor.
on.
I like it.
Do we need to clear the floor? Whatever's happening here, it could be upstairs. We could just go up there quick.
I mean, it's good to be thorough, isn't it?
Ye-
And, maybe there'll be like a big sign that says "To kill the ghost, use this gun," pointing at something on a table, and it'll be just in this next room.
Ah, you've solved my puzzle.
If there's something in here with us, I'd rather corner it than it corner us. I say we go upstairs and check that out.
I agree. We can always check this room right as we're leaving, presuming all goes well.
That's
And
true.
if there is a sign that says there is a gun in here that can kill a ghost, right?
Yeah,
You can tell me I told you so.
right. Well, yeah. Does the doctor look okay? Is he okay?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he looks a little unnerved by the rolling can of food when he thought everyone was alone, but I mean, he just kind of steps behind the rest of you towards the area that we've already kind of cleared out and holds the lantern high.
Hey, Doc. You ever deal with anything ghost-like? Spectral?
You ever been haunted by somebody who died on your operating table? That's a bad joke, I'm sorry.
Only behind my eyelids.
Oh. Okay, sorry.
All right. On that note, let's keep going, I guess.
You continue. You creep along to the top of the staircase, pushing aside old cobwebs that block your pathway. When you reach the top, you see that centered on the wall is a large painting of 3 brown-haired children that stare blankly out from the portrait. And behind them, what can be assumed is their parents, but the parents in the portrait have no heads. That part of the portrait seems to be missing.
Like, painted out, never painted in, ripped out of the painting, burnt off the painting.
And I mean, a few of you kind of like take a close look, and it seems to have been burnt. Like holes have been burnt where the heads were.
Right. Well, I'm sure that doesn't mean anything.
Is
So,
there a plaque or something underneath it, or like that says, "Oh, the Barnett family," or anything?
yeah, you take a little look, like, and there's like a little bronze plaque that says the Barnetts.
Okay. I don't recognize any of the children, do I?
No.
No. Okay.
But
At
the
least
top
one of them is a girl, right?
There are 2 boys and 1 girl.
Right. So that's probably Mary, I assume.
She must not like her folks.
So,
Maybe.
what are the other? Well, so as we're moving up these stairs, right? We see this portrait. What do we have access to up here?
So there is a long hallway with a series of doors that kind of just go all the way down. We'll say there's like about 4 or so doors.
Right. So we're going for the element of speed, right? I open one of the doors.
You head
yeah.
down. You open the first door, and it's a lavatory. It's a bathroom. There's some tile that's sort of chipped, and you the second you open it, you hear a.
Are
like
you
a tapping.
ASMRing?
I'm tapping. You hear like a random patterned tapping occasionally.
Okay. Okay.
Is there a window in the bathroom?
There is a window in the bathroom. Yes. It's a little
If I-
higher up for privacy.
So I approach the window. Does the tapping feel like it's coming from there?
Give me a notice to try to figure out what the source of this tapping is.
So you're doing that. I'm going to go one step further down to the next door. Not open it, but definitely prepare to open it.
Okay.
Once we know that this room has been cleared, per se.
Yeah. So that's a 14.
you're looking around, and it's wild. Like it's taken. Like you're looking under the sink. You're looking for water and everything. But you keep hearing that tapping. It sounds like it's happening against the wall, and then like
In the wall.
you listen a little more, and it sounds like it's coming from within the wall. And you can your attention is drawn to, like, you're looking at it, and you notice that there's like a small hole, like a crack in the tile right around where the tapping is happening.
If the good doctor is with me with the lantern, I'm going to look at this. I'm gonna squat down and try to look into the hole.
You lean in and look.
Not with my eyeball up on it so they can suck my eyeball out. But
Right.
just like
You lean in close enough to like kind of get a look. And as you're leaning and looking, you see an eye staring back at you. Pale, blue, wide, and then there's a flash of movement. And I need you to make a evade target number 9.
Oh, I'm so good at evasion. Okay, this is great. Okay.
Rip to Ian Nemo's eye. Right
What was
now.
the target number? Was 6?
9.
9? Okay, somehow
Can it be 6?
I have a +6, so I got a 7, but I'm gonna cheat it because I hate that, so I got an 11.
As
I refuse
looking,
to fail at an evasion check.
there is that
absolutely
flash of
refuse.
movement, and you quickly turn to the side as a long butcher knife juts out of the wall right where your eye was a second ago, slips back in, and then you hear skittering.
Are
and
you
everything's
all right? Are you?
You just hear that come. You hear the shink, skitter, and you're like, "What the fuck?" And like you can like hear it in the wall for a little bit, and then it just everything goes quiet again.
Do you?
Was she looking at the wall going into the next room over?
It looks like it. Yeah, it was like against it, and it would be, farther down in.
What direction did the skittering go? Farther.
Farther into the hallway.
Okay.
Into the other rooms.
Oh, you saw that, right, Doctor?
I saw nothing. I was hiding behind the lantern.
Right. Well, there was a person in the walls, blue eyes, knife, seemed very upset. Didn't stop for conversation. Right. I come out to the hallway and I tell Tobias and Ellie what happened. I'm assuming that what took the knives from the kitchen. They seem, I don't know, scared maybe.
Maybe we can talk to it, or maybe we can protect ourselves from it. Something's got to happen. Let's go find it.
Yep. I
It went
agree.
further down this way through the walls.
I go to the door that is indicated to the next logical door that this entity would have gone to.
Mm-hmm.
I try the knob.
Opens.
Tobias. Nemo. Doc. Let's do this. I open it, gun out, and I immediately position myself so Tobias can get in, and then I need Doc to get in because I'm blind as a bat.
All right, you freaking SWAT style open up, move to the side.
Doc is out in the hallway holding the lantern.
Sitting in
Doc
the corner
does not
of the
enter. It's just the lantern.
room. Puts his wrist around, yeah. Sitting in the corner of the room is a single twin-sized bed. The comforters are an array of delicately stitched moon and stars. There are 2 beautiful handcrafted armoires that stand against the left and right wall, painted yellow. On these armoires are dozens and dozens of little china dolls, their faces blankly staring towards the center of the room. On the floor are several of the dolls who have fallen from their perch, tufts of cotton from ripped open wounds just scattered all over the floor. And I need a target number 6 notice.
So I'm in the room too. I can make that, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
As
Can
we
multiple
walk in,
people make it? Sorry.
to your question, Deanna.
Brent, can multiple people make the check?
Absolutely.
As we walk in, I'm gonna just quietly be saying, not like yelling, but with a 5 notice, I'll just quietly be saying, is anyone in here? Are you in trouble? We're here to help.
Yeah, I want to see, do the dolls all over the floor, do they match like the make and the paint of the limbs in the serving dish?
Yes.
Okay.
I have an 8 notice.
You walk into the room, you're looking around, and you notice that one of the armoires seems to have shifted a little bit. And you kind of look behind there and pull it, and you can see that there is a hole in the wall. Broken, splintered. It's about 3 feet tall, 2 feet wide. It doesn't go into another room, but instead it goes into the walls. You would kind of have to squeeze in sideways, and you would be able to shimmy into the walls. And like as you're looking in there, you see like a flash of like movement for a moment, and hear like a brief skittering.
Okay. Hey Doc, can I let me get that lantern real fast. Take a look in here real fast.
Again,
Hold the lantern out further towards you.
again, if anybody's in here who needs help or could talk to us, this is your last chance, potentially.
There is no response.
Nemo, can you get the lantern from Doc and bring it over here? I'm kind of
Yeah.
like in right now.
Yeah, of course. I take the lantern and I sort of awkwardly pat Doc's hand. Make sure you stay in eyesight of us, Doctor. And I bring it
as
over.
they take the lantern, Doc's gonna like just barely step into the room, and you see he'll reach into his bag and he pulls out a amputation axe out of his bag. And just holds it up.
Oh
Great.
no.
So I hold the lantern up for
Alright.
Tobias.
When I only grab it and then I like kind of like see if I can bring it in there with me so I can kind of see what's going on.
This is how you lose your head, Tobias. This
Yeah, I
is
know.
just classic
This is dangerous, but
101 shit
serious.
right here.
You take the lantern, and again, like you're looking in this like weird space in between the walls that's maybe like 1.5 feet, 2 feet wide. Like you'd be able to squeeze in there, but there wouldn't be a lot of movement. And like you can see like different beams and rafters, but enough room that you can actually like go farther back in. And like as you're shining up, you look up, and there is a shape that kind of looks like spider-esque, but it's made up of dozens of porcelain limbs, and like 4 doll heads slowly rotate back around and stare down at you.
I leave.
And before you can leave, it throws its arms out, and butcher knives attached to strings come like dashing towards you. It's gonna try to hit your defense. I need you to be a target number 10 with your defense flip.
Oof. Okay.
And it is going to burn a point to give itself advantage.
And as
So
this is
that's-
happening, you
I mean,
guys Doc
okay, so
says,
I have
"Why are we
disadvantage.
looking into the dark hole?"
Yeah.
Just to see what's in there, I suppose.
It's a hole.
Oh, yeah, but
okay,
there's
so-
people in there.
That puts me at an 8. And I can't cheat that? Fuck.
No, you can't cheat that. You guys are like watching, and like he's about halfway in the hole. One of the butcher knives just like goes straight into your bicep, and this small thing uses its leverage as it wraps the strings around the beams, and you guys just see the feet disappear as Tobias is ripped into the cross.
I'm right next to him. I handed him the lantern. Can I try to grab his legs?
As part of the action, he pulls people. It's something. It's something it does. Oh wait, no, hold on. What was it? What was the suit?
Who was it?
What were the suits? Because I need one.
I think it was masks.
That's what I need.
Fuck.
Yeah, with attached threads, it pushes him towards the monster. So you guys just watch as boom, just ripped in at incredible speed, and now we're gonna go on initiative.
It wasn't masks. It was,
it was Rams.
Rams was
It was
the success
Rams?
one.
Yeah.
Rams was the one used. He would have succeeded if he used the mask one.
So, but yeah, I think we went over this, right? Like in disadvantage, it's only the success. They don't stack. You don't get to use both, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
he beat me with a 6 of
Cool.
of Rams.
So,
So he didn't get the mask.
there's
Thank God.
there's a knife jutting into you, and it tries like you lose your footing for a second and like only slide a little bit, but manage to catch the wall as it's trying to pull you into the wall. And that's when we're gonna go on initiative with that.
Right.
Do I take damage from that or no?
You take with an 8, that's gonna be minor, so it's just gonna be 1 point of damage.
Okay.
But you take 1 point of damage and look over as you see, even though it just looks like a normal butcher knife, black oily liquid is like pouring from the wound, and you have 1 rank of poison.
Okay.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
So
let
let's
me-
switch that music and
Do we have a map for this?
we do have a map. I'm gonna put that on right now. I'm gonna start doing that while you guys get your initiatives ready.
Yes. I need to look up what poisoning even does. Oh, jeez. Okay.
Oh, geez.
At the end of his turn, he's gonna take another damage. That's what poison does.
Yeah, but then the condition goes down by 1, so it'll only happen for 1 turn. Yeah.
So,
God.
here's how this
Yeah.
looks.
Just don't get
First of
stabbed.
all, let me put my boy in here. Enemies.
He's in the walls.
Help me, please.
He's in the walls. Okay,
I know
so
we're going to.
this right here, that little gap, like that's the armoire that's been pushed aside. That's the hole leading into the walls.
Okay.
The rest of this is the room, and outside is the hallway, to give you an idea of what you guys are looking at.
So we
if
can
you-
also fit into the walls.
you can all fit into the walls. You're not going to be able to like move past each other, and there definitely might be some problems fighting, but you can all fit into the walls.
Right.
I don't really have an initiative tracker, so I'm gonna grab a pen real quick, and I'm gonna write this down.
Right. So, this is
Okay.
problematic. We're
All
not all gonna fit in the walls.
Good job. I just
Does
saw what you
anyone-
requested. My players are on it. Nice.
Does anyone have an ability to drag people around? That'd be great. If so,
I'd recommend getting out your cheat sheets if you
Yeah.
have them, because those are really helpful.
yeah.
Because there's like pushing and dragging and all sorts of actions in there. Let me double check. Yeah, there's assist. I'd say assisting could probably do it. You make an athletic check, right? Anyways, before we get into that, give me initiative. Who has what? I'll start
I have
off
a-
with you, Tobias.
I have a 13.
Ooh, very nice. Tobias is on a 13.
And I'm in the wall with the thing, right?
Yeah, so, well, you're not in melee with it, so we're going to put you on the map. Yeah, it's like right there's where the, boop, that's where the hole is.
Okay.
So it's still a little ways back, and it's, trying to pull your ass in, essentially. Ellie, what do you have?
I got a 10.
Beautiful, beautiful. Nemo, what do you have?
7.
7, okay. And Dr. Murphy, what do you have?
15.
Beautiful.
Goodbye,
Dr.
Tobias.
Murphy, you can go first. Now, I do believe in the cheat sheet there is like, there's a pass where you can actually like change your initiative and stuff, but we don't really have readies. It looks like.
Mm-mm.
Oh no, we have wait. Yeah,
That's
you can
fine.
just wait. You can wait and go later.
Nope.
Unless you want to go now.
Unless you want to go now.
I want to
Unless you
go
wanna try to help
now.
your boy. Okay.
Go now. All right.
For the record, bad guy is initiative 8, so most of you will be able to interact before the bad thing does.
Okay. Thank God.
I'm gonna move right behind Tobias, and I'm gonna try and pull him.
Okay. You're going to give me an opposed athletics or might check. This thing uses grace instead because it's weird. So you're gonna have a 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Target number 8.
Okie dokie. Not the best at this, but
Mighty.
yeah, that's not a thing for me. So
None of us are mighty.
all right. I drew a 7. I have a -2, so that puts me at a 5.
Great.
With a target number 8. You can just see like that butcher knife went all the way through to like it turned and it's catching on the bone now. And it like it's not coming out. You just see the strings going in. You don't even know what the heck's in there. Just Tobias is kicking as something's like trying to pull him into the wall. And it whatever it is, it must be big and it must be really strong because you're not able to help. So that's one of your actions, right? Because remember, you get 2. Oh no, you moved. Never mind.
Yeah.
Boom.
Can
Next.
I use the rest of my move action because I had one more space to just take a step back?
Absolutely.
So I'm just going to literally just step back into the middle of the room.
Yeah, we're gonna
With
use
that
D&D
one,
movement
okay.
rules. I don't know if that's correct, but I like that. So, after Doc is Tobias. You just have these 4 doll heads that, and like now you can see that like there's like bits of stitching and cloth, and they're like kind of moving like snakes. Is this amorphous thing of limbs that constantly seems to be shifting, is positioning itself against the wall and using its stomach where arms are coming out, trying to pull you deeper in.
Okay. May I try to shoot it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You are not in melee range, so there are no negatives or anything. It's just
Let's
a
see if I
straight up
can-
boom boom check. The target number you're gonna have to beat is a defense of 11.
I gotta switch back to the other encounter table to get my cards.
Yeah. Did you already have your gun out?
Yeah.
Okay.
I brought it out at the beginning of the
Nice,
beginning
nice,
of the
nice.
event. Let me refresh. And I'm struggling. I'm struggling to get my to take aim at this guy.
You're shooting a
Yeah.
shotgun one-handed at this point, man.
Yeah.
You got the lantern in the other hand.
And
I assume he just dropped the fucking lantern. He's like,
Yeah.
Yeah. I dropped it. I'm trying to take aim. I have a. What's the target number for him?
11.
11. Okay.
11.
I'm gonna. I got a 6 of books, but I'm gonna cheat it with
Okay.
my 9 of ram, so that puts me at 12.
That is a hit. I believe it is a negative on the damage flip.
Okay. Delete.
Mhm.
Let me get 2 cards.
Does it have the same baby blue eyes as I saw through the wall, or did those look like real eyes that I saw?
You still don't know what the heck it is he's fighting.
All right, fine.
You just see a
Oh,
butcher
boy.
knife jutting out of him
Okay.
and some threads.
That's weak
Oh,
damage.
boy.
It's gonna be a 2 damage.
2 damage. All right. You freaking wheel your shotgun up, boom, blast it, and just like stuffing and fluff flies out of this thing's shoulder and like sprays the wall. No blood, just complete stuffing. A few limbs shatter and just like fall off, but it's still up.
Is it still wrapped around me?
Yes.
Okay. Let me attempt to pull myself out of harm's way.
Okay. Give me an opposed grace check.
Grace? That's good.
Sorry, no. That's right. You're doing athletics. It does grace. It's a weird thing where it uses grace instead of might.
Okay.
I
so-
believe
I
the
almost
target
took
number
that.
was 6 or 7. 5, 6, 7. Yep, 7. Target number 7.
Yeah, that's gonna put me at 5. I'm gonna cheat that. So that's gonna put me at 11, 10.
You manage to kind of catch the threads on one of the nails, and it snaps. You fall back. At this point in time, that poison does hit you, so that'll be that second point of damage.
Okay. Okay. And I can't move because that was my action, right?
Yes.
All right. At least I'm not stuck anymore. I'm gonna be done.
Cool. Next up is Ellie Wylie.
Are you? So what do you look like, Tobias? Are you kicking and scrabbling in there? You free yet or no?
I assume I like fell back against the armoire. I'm free, but
Oh,
you know I
good.
can't move.
All right.
There's a thing in there. Shoot it.
All right. That was your last chance. Time to die. I run forward. And I have a square movement run of 4. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'm going to, I've had my pistol out during this. So I'm going to just aim at the wall. And I'm going to shout to Tobias, where was it?
I'm gonna do my best to point, like up there, get it.
All right. And I just shoot the wall.
All right. I'm not gonna negative flip you, but I am gonna raise its defense a little bit because you're just blasting randomly into a wall, hoping you hit it. Though I do love it. So instead of a target number 11, we're gonna bump it up to like a 13.
Okay. All right. I miss terribly.
Just boom, 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 boom. Right? You just fucking unload into the wall. Or well, we gotta keep track of bullets. You shoot a bullet into the wall.
Boom, singular.
You listen. You don't hear anything. You like there's like this tense moment as you're waiting to see what happens. Tobias, from the top of the hole, limbs just sort of creep around, and like a single head snakes out and looks at you as it raises a butcher knife and tries to gut you again.
Oh God.
10. 10's the magic number you're gonna have to hit. As that is happening, you guys hear skittering as you see from out under the bed, Crab walking backwards is another one of these multi-limbed things with like a single China doll head looking at you, and it charges straight at Doc.
Great.
For that attack, and it does have to move up to hit you, so now your friends will be able to see it as well. What do you beat my 10 there, Tobias? Do you beat my 10?
I'm trying to get a card. It's
As I miss, I'm just like, did I get it?
Ooh, fuck. Okay, so I am not doing too hot. I got a 1, so that puts me at 3.
Ooh, Tobias is gonna have a bad day, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Should have saved those high cards to survive instead of... all right, so with a 1, that means it beats you by 6 at least. Yeah, so no negatives to the damage flip. Just give me a straight damage flip.
Oh God, oh God, oh God. Got the Black Joker.
No, Black Joker
That's
is the
good for
lowest
you.
possible. It's
That's
the
really good
lowest
for you.
possible.
Is that how that works?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's
When
the
it comes
opposite
to
for them.
damage,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the opposite for them. So
it's the opposite
severe
for you
damage.
guys.
Severe damage critical, I believe.
Oh,
No, it says
yeah.
Black Joker for damage is none. Red
I mean, yeah, but
Joker
that's-
is severe plus severe critical for damage.
that's when we're doing it.
How do we want to... So, okay, let's just stick with that, because I think it's going to be too confusing since I never flip. We'll just say, like, Black Joker, it's none. It doesn't matter if I'm doing it, if you're doing it. If you would have flipped a Red Joker, that would have been a crit, we'll say.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like
I
that.
like it
Okay.
too because it means that Tobias doesn't die right here, right now.
I like that. I do like that.
So it creeps over the top, and like as it does, you can just like feel this aura of malice and hatred. This thing has no expressions. It's just doll heads not looking, but there's something about it that like stirs you to the bone. And as it goes to like jut at you, you quickly scoot back. The armoire tilts, slams forward, and just like catches the knife. And then it like has to jut and pull it back out. It moved and it tried to shank you, so that's all it gets to do.
Thank God.
However, the other one skitters out and is gonna try to mess you up, Doc. So can I get that target number 10 for that first attack as it leaps up into the air and tries to jump on your back?
Okay.
It should only get
Um,
one attack if it moved.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, I might, if I put it towards the far end of the bend, I think I could have been a dick and made it charge, but I'm not gonna do that.
hmm.
Yeah, I get 2
Okay,
health. I don't think it's charging.
Let's see. I drew a 3. My defense is not that good. So that's a 7, so it would hit.
What is the suit?
Uh-oh. Ravens, crows.
Bro.
Thank you. It jumps at you and goes into a roll. One of the limbs has just been complaced with a blade that's been like tied with thread. It goes between your legs, swings quickly, and straight up hamstrings you. You immediately fall prone, and your leg now gains the useless limb condition until all damage is healed.
Does he take damage?
We're gonna
Oh,
flip
shit,
that
okay.
damage.
Okay.
So, what you said? What was your total? A 7?
Yeah. So it'd just be
So-
1. So it'd be disadvantage.
Just 1 disadvantage.
The lowest one was a 5
All right.
of tomes.
And 5 is, I believe,
Weak.
weak. All right. So you are just going to take 1 point of damage, but your wound does begin to gush blood as you take one of the poisons.
Okay.
All right. Next up, Nemo. You're
Yeah.
watching these just weird, dull abominations wielding knives, trying to butcher your compatriots.
I'm gonna look at Ellie. Gonna nod at her, and I'm gonna jump into the wall.
All right, you
I'm gonna
nimbly.
charge into the wall,
Okay.
and I'm gonna take. I'm gonna take 2 martial attacks.
Okay. I'm gonna say right now, like charging is specific on it has to be like a straight,
Yeah.
and it has to
was
be like at
straight, and
least
it's-
15 feet, I
Nope,
believe.
it's up to your charge speed.
I
Are you
love the
trying-
imagery of Nemo just diving just headlong into this wall.
All right.
I'm
trying to think how we-
technically correct, which is the best kind of correct.
Okay, so right, so there's one entrance into the wall. It's
Yeah.
where he is. I will say, I will let you do this weird shenanigans. If you roll like a target number 7 acrobatics or athletics check. Athletics to just like burrow straight into the wall and
Can
break
it
a
be
new
an
hole.
evasion check to just be schnickety? To just...
No, because that's not what evasion does.
Okay,
That's
but
that's
acrobatics is still speed. Is it speed or grace?
Let me double check. Huh. I love this song. Mhm. It is Grace.
Okay,
Target number 7.
I
It's
got
not gonna take
14.
action. I mean, it's because the armoire's still there. So like you're running fast, you have to like slip in and like spin around and land in there. Where you see this thing that's kind of like stuck to the wall, and like 2 of the heads look over at you. Take your 2 attacks.
Awesome. Okay, so pretty much I'm going to be running in there, kind of jumping over Tobias to get in between
Tobias and this creature, and I'm just trying to rip some of its limbs off with my bare hands, which I will attempt to do as soon as it lets me draw any cards at all. Just a moment. Da, 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 da.
What is Doc's reaction to just like getting hamstrung?
All right.
I mean, I think he's face down right now, and you wouldn't even be able to tell what his reaction is yet.
Oh, okay.
I might need somebody else to draw for me because it's not letting me draw anything.
Oh, we might be out of cards.
Oh, are we?
Are we?
We're out of cards.
Yeah.
Yes.
God.
So we all get something from the twist deck.
Yeah, I'm gonna activate. Actually, you can do it, right, Wolf? Because every time I try to reshuffle, it just hates me.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got it.
That's why I can't draw anything. There are no cards.
That would do it.
Wait, hold on. All the card decks disappeared on me.
I'm hoping so much
It's
that I draw right here.
Yeah.
You wanna brain it?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Am I good to go? Am I good to draw cards?
No, not yet.
Okay. So I'm going to describe now in loving detail exactly how I want to rip this doll's arms off. I want to get my pointy little fingernails in the seams where like the doll arms are attached to. You said it has a fluffy body, right? Or is it a human body?
It's like not even a body. It's just like a mixture of limbs. It's hard to give it like a discernible shape because like there's like little hands and feet jutting out of it, like little porcelain hands and feet.
Nasty.
Yeah.
All right. Just let me know when I can draw stuff.
Yeah, it's being weird right now.
I just shuffled and reset the deck for y'all.
Thank you.
Perfect.
We appreciate you.
Have we
All
fixed
right.
the card program? We gotta do something about our card system because this system's so.
Nope.
It is
Nope.
broken.
Do.
Well.
Okay. So, you're not allowed to cheat Black Jokers, right? Because I got one absolute fail, but the
Nope.
other one is a 15.
Okay, yeah, you can't
so-
cheat the Black Joker,
So
but
the Black Joker just doesn't work. That's all that happens, right?
it's
Okay.
a swing and a miss. Like you
And
try to
then-
grab it, but it like fends you off, like rears back and lifts the knives up, and you almost impale your hand. But you hit him with that second one.
Okay.
So 15, its DC or target number, sorry, is 10. So I believe that's just one negative flip
One negative. Okay.
because you beat it by 5. Yeah, one negative.
One negative. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's 5.
5 is going to be, I believe, minimal damage.
Okay, so that's just one point of damage because I just do punching damage. That's it.
One point of damage is you dig your nails in and just start pulling threads out, and it begins to unravel. It's looking pretty rough, but it's still hanging in there.
Okay. That's all I can do on my turn.
Okay.
Sorry that took so
Um,
long.
That's it. It's not your fault. You know, we're having technical issues with the deck drawer, which remember, because we shuffled, you guys all get to draw a new twist card, but I would say good
Yeah.
luck at this point.
Yeah.
Top of the round, Doc, you are on the floor, bleeding severely. You get that tick of poison at the end of your turn. Don't forget. What do you do? Your leg is useless.
Yeah, I know. I am going to. I am going to, from the ground, attack with my pneumatic.
All right.
I'm going to try to, like, fling my hand out or my pneumatic out and essentially attempt to break its limbs off.
You reel back and try to falcon punch that bad boy, my dude. All right. Defense is 11. Give me a flip.
That is an 11 of masks. I am using my martial arts, which would be a 15 total.
So that will be 2 negative flips because you beat it by 4.
Just
1 negative flip. Sorry,
one.
1 negative flip because you beat it by 4.
So it would be 1, but because I'm using my pneumatic, I have the fist load feature that gets rid of 1 damage disadvantage on any martial arts damage flip.
That is
So
phenomenal, and I'm going to forget that so much, but...
I am flat, so it's just a single draw.
All right.
So that would be an 8, which I believe is minimum
Moderate.
damage, or moderate damage.
Medium, yep.
Yeah. And my moderate damage for this would be 2 points of damage.
You bring your fist around and just slam it right into the ground, and it goes flat, and you can like hear porcelain cracking, and it like sort of trembles as it shifts to get back up. That is your
as
first
it tries.
attack.
Yeah, as it tries to get up, I'm going to attack it again with this, using the same thing, but this time I'm going to go for one of the porcelain heads.
Okay.
That is a 2 of crows, but I am going to fake it. Yeah.
Cheat it.
Cheat it. I'm going to cheat it with an 8 of crows, which makes it a 12, which beats the 11.
By 1, so it's just a straight
1.
because you don't have a negative.
Yep.
And
And
smash
so...
one of those porcelain baby heads.
Kill it, please. Can't take much more of this.
He's attacking a
1.
different one.
Yeah.
So that is a single point of damage because I can't cheat since I already cheated once.
Just kind of, holding yourself up on the floor, you give it a right hook and boom, the head smashes, but it still, even without a head, seems to be functioning as like these writhing limbs are just moving within the fabric and like sprouting out, keeping it up. It's looking pretty beat up, but it's still alive. Next up is Tobias.
All right.
Don't forget that point of poison damage, Doc, by the way.
Oh, yep.
Yeah,
Got
Tobias, I am now between you and the thing. And I'm in
Alright.
melee with it.
So can I move my ass back?
So there are attacks of opportunity with this. How it works is if you get hit, you do not take damage, you just don't move.
Okay. Let me attempt to do that.
Okay, so target number is 10 against your defense.
Let me draw. See if this will work. Twisted Veil main. Okay. I gotta go back to social encounter table.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm just trying to I'm literally grabbing some of its baby heads and moving it so that it's looking at me instead of trying to catch you.
Okay. Yeah, keep on doing that because I need all the help I can get. All right, there we go. Ooh, okay. I got a 13 plus. That's gonna be 15.
All right. Even though a few knives are whirling at your head as you duck, you manage to dip away.
Awesome. Let me move my ass back, and I can walk 4. 1, 2. I'm gonna move over here, and then I'm going to attempt to. Let me attempt to shoot at the one that's attacking Doc right here, because I can see it.
Remember, because he's in melee with Doc, there's a possibility that you will shoot Doc.
But because he's prone with Doc, he has advantage. You have disadvantage of shooting him if you shoot Doc.
When you shoot into combat, I believe it's just you gotta flip. Oh, you gotta flip to see who you target, but then you still go through all the stuff. Okay.
Then you go through the rigmarole.
Give it a shot.
All right.
If he has blast damage with that shotgun, though, he might just automatically blow him away.
So I have an ace in my hand for just that purpose.
Okay.
Let me. Okay, so I'm drawing to see who I shoot, right?
Does your shotty have blast damage?
If it's severe damage, if it's moderate or severe, yeah.
Okay. How many bullets does that bad boy have?
I have 1 left in the gun.
Oh, it's a good old double barrel. Okay.
Yeah. So
All right.
That one was for Doc. It's a tie. This one is for the thing. How does that work?
Let me remember here. Shoot. It goes whoever gets the higher, right? That's who you.
Yeah. So I have 2
engage.
3s.
If it's a tie.
Just
I will
draw
say
again.
I'm prone, so I'm harder to hit.
That's true.
Yeah. Do you want him just to draw again?
Yeah, just yeah, because it says the lowest. It doesn't say anything about ties. No. Just draw again. Just draw
All
again.
right. This is for Doc. I got a 2 for Doc. Come on.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
can I? What about if it's a tie? He hits both of them.
No.
The deck might not be shuffled because I just got a tie again. I got 2 2s.
Oh my god.
Anybody
Go
have a
again. Let's
quarter
see if
that
you
we
get
can
2
flip?
aces.
Oh, if I get
It's
2 aces.
shuffled.
It's shuffled, so I just got really lucky with this.
Jesus,
Yeah.
go again. Well, we're gonna have to come up with a rule for this because the system doesn't really have one. But
Okay,
yeah,
this-
go
And
again.
if there's a tie, you should be able to shoot whoever you actually wanted to shoot.
Okay, so Doc got the 11, the thing got the 9, so I hit the 9, right? The thing.
Yeah. Awesome.
Let me attack flip.
I want to say for how long that
Eight,
took. I
10.
like to imagine there's like a long moment where you're like training your shotgun and the dog's like,
Yeah.
no.
I'm bleeding, I'm poisoned, you know.
It's crawling all over him, and he's like
You
trying to
got
like
blood
get off
in
his
your
back.
eyes, so you're like, okay.
I got a
Prefer if
7.
you weren't nervous in this moment.
That puts me at 10, so that's gonna meet his thing. So I got 2 negatives, right?
Yeah, with a meat, it's double negatives,
Okay, so let me draw 3.
Wait, its AC is 11.
and he got an 11. Oh wait, did you get a 10?
I got a 10.
That's a swing and a
Yeah.
miss, brother. Its
Oh,
AC
fuck.
is 11. Its 2 hit is 10.
Same team
Like,
though.
what it-
Same team. I am on your team. I just want you to know.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
All right, so I
Good
guess I shoot and I miss.
You
Well
just
done.
blast like a big old freaking hole in the floor, right next to where the thing was standing. After Tobias is Ellie Wylie.
Nemo, you good?
I'm fine. I'm
Okay.
fine.
Okay. I'm going to charge up to this creature.
Okay.
And then I'm going to reach down, and I'll be attacking twice against this creature. The first attack is sort of like just trying to punch down into it with my right hand here to see what I can do, with the hope of kind of lifting it up a little bit. So let's see how I do about this. How's Doc looking?
I mean, he's on the floor. He can't use his leg, and he's pretty bloody.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm also like give a look over to Tobias and just to be like, nice shot, you know.
Tobias has an arm or a knife sticking out of his arm. He's looking pretty bad too.
Okay. With a 12 of rams, I
Oh, yeah.
slam down. So I got a total of 17 on this. So I beat it by, I'm in the second category, so I just do a straight flip.
Straight
This
flip.
is just with my regular punch.
Okay.
And so this is a straight damage flip here. Okay, so I got the red Joker.
Oh jeez.
So as I come running in, I'm going to be dealing 4 damage to this thing. Am I going to kill it?
Yeah, it's Dunskies.
So as I come running in, I want to just like slam down my first fist, and actually what I want to do is grab it, lift it up as it's writhing, then take the mechanical fist and just knock every head off of it and let it go flying against the side of the wall.
You freaking grab it, hit it. Your fist goes down into it, crunching the remaining porcelain limbs until it flies across the room and just collapses like a sack of dominoes. There's like a clutter. It is not moving anymore. It is done. Done.
Okay,
Put it over here.
great, and that's my turn.
Next up is the bad boy.
Did the doctor get his turn already?
No, the doctor's last.
He-
Oh no, I'm sorry.
I'm last.
You're last. Do we skip you, Doc?
No, I made the 2 attacks on the thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
he was
Sorry,
top
sorry.
of the round. Okay, my apologies. No, so it is bad boy.
Yeah,
Bad
sorry
boy
about
gonna
that.
try to shred you up.
Me?
Like a bunch of the limbs come out that form like a single hand made up of small doll arms, and it's just gonna try to freaking claw at you. So 10 against your defense.
How many attacks is he doing?
2.
Just one? 2? Okay.
2.
Okay, so I got a 19 and an 8, which I'm going to cheat to a 10.
So the 10 meets. So
Yeah.
he will have double negatives on the flip.
Oh, I thought, does meets beats from our point of view, or would I need to...
I think meets always beats for whoever's turn it is. That's how I'm doing it. Do you still want to cheat it?
I shouldn't have cheated it then, but I don't know how to return it to my hand.
All right.
I have no idea how to return it to my hand. So whatever, I messed up.
I think
That's
with
fine.
you, it's just like triple negatives, right?
Yeah, it should be a triple negative because there's always a negative against damage against me.
All right, let's hope that red Joker flips.
Got the red.
We already got it.
It's gone.
Damn.
As I crushed your friend.
Yeah.
Flip me a triple negative, Deanna.
Yep. Just a moment. Triple negative. I'm just like holding as many faces in my hand, in my hands, trying to grip it in such a way that. All right, so that's a 4.
So you are going to take 1 point of damage as sewing needles like sort of pop out of the limb and just like dig into you. You can immediately feel that sense of hatred and malice pour over you as black liquid begins to just sort of seep out of the wound, and you take 1 rank of poison.
Okay, it was a 4 of rams, if that makes any difference.
It does not. The only thing you would have to worry about in this case is crows.
Okay,
So
cool.
you'll take 1 point of damage, and then on your turn, 1 more.
Okay.
Next up is you.
It's me! I'm gonna attack him again! Wow, so many dice. Or so many cards. Yeah, after it was with another knife again, right? Or was this all with all his little limbs?
This time it was just a bunch of sewing needles like sticking out of the limbs.
Awful, I hate it. Okay, awesome. Okay, so I got a 14 and an 8. So
14 hits, 8 misses.
yeah.
14 is 1 negative.
Okay, beautiful. So yeah, I'm just trying to rip his little head off. I got a 6, which is moderate damage, which I believe is just 1 more point of damage again because I'm not super well trained in martial fighting.
So it's 2, or is it 1? Is it still 1 or is it 2?
I believe it's 1, 1, 2. So it's just 1 more point of damage.
I'm pretty sure How Do You Want to Do This is trademarked. So in what fashion would you like to finish off this abomination of a doll?
Well, while it's focusing on like spearing me with all its little needles, I just want to, having already kind of like gripped its head to try to turn it away from Tobias, I want to reach up and try to just like tear all of the joints out at once and just rip kind of the central point of its head.
You reach up and grab it, and like being the inside of an actual wall that you're kind of like to the side, you reach up, the fabric gets caught on like nails as you're pulling, and you just hear the as like stuffing and leftover doll limbs come clattering down until you're just holding like an empty pillowcase at this point. And then you take 1 point of damage as that poison sort of in you, and you guys are off the clock.
I
Nemo,
lie
you
down
good?
in the wall. I'm
Nemo?
all right. Yeah, I'm fine. It's good. Thank you.
I run over and just take a look.
I kind of throw the body out into the room, and then I follow after it. Yeah.
Sensing that things are done, I'm gonna begrudgingly pull my doctor's kit over to me, and then I'm going to start patching up my own leg.
Yeah, I'm gonna
You
try
okay,
to
Doc?
pull the. I'm gonna try to pull the knife out of my skin. What were these things?
Can we not look in the black hole next time?
I thought it could have been anything. I didn't know there were demons trying to get us.
Yeah, I don't know. Did its blue eyes look the same as what I saw on the wall, or is that something we haven't encountered yet? Okay.
It did. Yeah, they were definitely doll's eyes.
Can I aid Doc in medicine?
Are you
propping up his legs,
massaging his feet?
Telling me he's doing a good job.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm basically just.
Really?
I just want to be two pairs of hands that can say.
Well, no, because it's like he's fixing a wound, and that would be wild.
You could assist somebody, and she can be cleaning the wound or something.
Here, I'll give you a pep talk, Doc. you got this.
It's up to you, Brent. I already have a plus because I'm using my doctor's kit.
I don't think medicine is something you can assist unless you're trained.
Well then. I got 2 1s.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That being said, I'm going to use the one of Rams, which, although I don't get an additional, so that I have a +6, so that puts me at 7. The TN is only 5. Mm-hmm. So then I succeed. It's a ram, so I trigger.
Okay.
So I add +1 to it. So that gives me. Yeah, so I heal for 2. And then since it's myself, I heal an additional 1. So I heal for 3 wounds total.
All right.
Which puts me all the way back up, and and then I get rid of that stupid effect.
So you manage to sort of stitch up your leg, stand up wobbly for a moment, get back to your feet. I assume we're going to have to do a lot of healing with Tobias as well, but before we do, and continue on,
I'm also wounded.
Before we go through all that, I think we're going to end it there.
Okay.
As everybody's sort of slowly patching themselves, I, untouched, am gonna just go back to the door and look down the hallway, kind of listen in, and then slowly shut it and say, somebody, if you, I'll try to seal up that hole. We probably want to just hide out here for a moment.
Suppose so.
Yeah, that sounds good. Doc, I need a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
Yes, come over here. We'll patch you up.
Yeah.
I try to pull the knife out of your arm. You know the way that like an older brother might pull out a loose tooth, just as a surprise. Just take it out.
All right.
Feels better, right?
We are gonna stop it there, because I think that's a good place to end it, and I am bleeding.
Having a nosebleed.
Severely.
Yeah.
I blew my nose hard, and I was so excited that I just started gushing blood. Apparently.
Yeah.
That red Joker. Just
killed my monsters, and I had a brain aneurysm because I was so determined to kill you.
Jeez.
I don't know. Yeah, I gotta take care of this. But anyways, thank you guys for joining us. It was great. We'll be back next week. Before that, we have a few closing announcements from Daniel and Lauren. Can you jump on and give us that good love?
Yes. Okay. So we just want to thank Collateral Damage RPG for the follow. Of course, Dapper Jet with the bits. So thank you there. If you
the
guys
bits are all coming out of his nose.
They really are. I feel bad. If you enjoyed our show this evening, please support us with a follow or a sub so we continue to bring you awesome content like this. Don't forget about that free Twitch Prime sub. We also have some other shows. Tomorrow we are doing our Rime of the Frost Maiden with Iron Valor, and that's tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. We'll have Short Rest Friday at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. I'm not sure what we're playing yet, but we will have that. I was thinking we might do Grounded again. We'll see what happens. And then Fate's End, of course, is on Mondays at 7:30 Central Standard Time as well. I think that's all my closing announcements. Other than that, let me find somebody for us to raid real quick. So when we raid other individuals on our stream, we just like to send them some emotes and some love. We were raided the very first time when we were live, our very first stream, and it just meant a whole lot to us. So we try to return the love when we can. So this evening, we are going to be raiding Turntables RPG.
Very nice.
It looks like they've got like this 80s vibe, which is super cool. And their overlay has like old like computer files tomorrow for Rime of the Frost Maiden on Iron Valor. You all have a wonderful evening.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bye, guys.
We are